Hello, and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. We are so excited to be here. I realized that I start out every single episode being like, "Yo, we're so excited to be here." So I apologize for the
Much of a
repetition.
lie it is.
I apologize for the repetition, but we are so excited to be here, as you can tell by Grant and Lydia's scuffy energy right now.
They're really
dare you
embodying
call us scuffy?
the energy.
Grant, you're scuffy. Everything you do is scuff.
It's okay. We can keep going.
We do have a few announcements. First and foremost, Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's
we hope that
Day!
your guys' day have been full of love and affection, and if not, we're very happy that you're here because you get all the love and affection for us. Here you go. You ready for it? Love and affection. Boom. We love you.
We love
there
you.
you go. We
Podcast
love you.
listeners, YouTube viewers, we love you equally as much, but please come over on Twitch sometime because it helps us. Happy Valentine's Day!
It does help us a lot. If you guys want to hop over Monday night, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, But yeah, Happy Valentine's Day. Also, as many of you guys have already noticed, the Miss Amazing Lydia Kryn has given us so. What was that?
No, just keep going.
Are you mad because I said it correctly?
No, he's still blood. Come on.
All right. The Miss Amazing Lydia Korn, has given us many new emotes.
Emus.
My favorite is the Riniya heart eyes because it matches the Grotz one, but that's just me. Also,
Ooh, my
Catherine's
favorite's the
eyebrow.
malice with the heart.
My favorite is Edward, just shaking.
I love the Kathyr eyebrow because it very much reminds me of Robin from Teen Titans giving the eyebrow. So that's my thing.
DJ, we
But
all
yeah.
know that your favorite is the logo.
Oh my god.
He's got you there,
blushing.
actually.
I see you blushing.
That
know.
logo, which also is another emote, is really sexy. I'll just leave it like that. That's it's great. Hey, it's a good logo. And then yeah, only other announcement is just be on the lookout for some new content. We do have a few ideas, a few things getting started, a few projects that we're starting on, some stuff coming up this summer, maybe even some springtime stuff. We'll see. So just be on the lookout for that because we're over here, we're grinding for you guys. We're doing great. But yeah, we already thank the podcast listeners, so I don't think we have any other announcements, do we?
I don't think so.
Check
If
out our
this is what we're-
socials.
Oh yeah, that's
Check
yeah,
out
social
TikTok,
media.
check out Instagram, check out Twitter, check out YouTube. Join our Discord. I think we can talk.
TikTok has been doing good, so
It's
go
been
there.
popping.
You'll like him. Also, if you don't see any of our characters again after this day, just know that this wasn't planned.
Yeah.
true. They have no
If we
clue
If somebody
much I'm
actually
gonna kill
dies,
them.
that's gonna sound really suspicious.
if we come back next week and it says campaign 2 episode 1.
Oh
God.
A
TPK.
If
She's like,
it's a
I'm not ready. I'm
TPK,
not ready.
we're taking an 8-week break for the main campaign so I can plan the second campaign.
Can it be 4
Aaron's in
weeks?
charge of whatever. Yes, 8 weeks.
It's all good.
have to
We're
be
not.
every day.
We'll
We're
be
going
fine.
for a long
We're fine.
run
Everything's
between
fine.
Yeah.
Both an
All this
early
being said-
between the rows and a longer set.
We're so excited to play tonight. So Drew, go ahead and roll the clips and let's get this thing started. Welcome to Nikomiris, a world of divine sacrifice and forgotten evil. Over 8 centuries have passed since the devastation of the trial, but despite the world's rebirth, the people have returned to their lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us as 6 souls are bound together in a twist of fate and emerging powers. For those that oppose the light and all that is good in the world have come together to snuff it out. Our heroes are now at the forefront of war. They must discover the role they play in abyssal ambition and righteous judgment. Our story will find our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon. right. So we are back. Oh, I can do it. Lydia, stop.
Sorry.
That is some fast breathing.
That was some like freaking fast breathing. I'm impressed. There we go. That'll be okay. So in our last episode, our group of adventurers, known as Fate's Gambit, have been making their way through the Scarlet Wastes. Where our last episode started out was with them waking up extremely well rested in the Argent Palace, the Palace of Gratz, where they had spent the night to avoid a massive storm and to avoid sand brides sucking out their souls, basically. Just overall not a good time. While they're in that palace, some stunning relationship developments took place between Riniya and Gratz. It was pretty great. Tarak is that awesome, like crazy uncle that like is very protective, and the other two are the other uncles that don't know what they're doing. It's pretty great. True.
It's pretty accurate.
After they re-entered the waste, they began making their way again to the center of the Pillars of Duyrn. The destination that they're going for is out that way. When they did, as they were going out that way, as I should say, they had a little run-in with some of the local fauna of the waste. Specifically, Edward was eaten by what is known as crystal toads, and then Kathyr was eaten by crystal toads, and then they were spat out and thrown up. It was a big whole fight. Riniya watched the whole thing take place. She didn't really do anything. It was pretty awesome. Very, very animatable. Probably one of my favorite fights in all of TPD. If you guys like the fight with like the skeleton hands, you'll really like the fight with the crystal toads. So definitely go back and watch it. But they did survive the fight. Nobody got eaten. Nobody got burrowed. And after the fight finished, they discovered that they were also in the jaws of the Cogglewumper, a mythical monster here in the Scarlet Wastes that instantly teleports you to the elemental plane of water if you get swallowed by it. Thankfully, everybody was able to escape the jaws and not get eaten by this very leafy plant that like snaps up. And they begin making their way again to the Pillars of Duyrn. We ended the episode as the party discovered that they were right next to a orcish shrine to the sixth orcish god, the god of Bahgtru, which is basically like the god of pure strength for the orcs. Not overly smart people, but the party was unable to escape. Let's see, what was the orc name? Let me grab the sticky note. They were unable to escape. I should probably get my notes out too. Vargan. I think it was Vargan. Yeah, Vargan. Vargan, blessed strength, and all his other names. As he went and approached them, Tarak was able to convince Vargan that the three elvish people here were actually half-orcs that needed to prove themselves. And so Vargan, along with Bashuk, the head priestess of this shrine of Bahgtru, decided that these three needed to prove themselves to be able to be orcs. And so the way that they're going about proving themselves is through one-on-one combat between them and another orc. Fight to the death. If they survive, then they are clearly strong enough and worthy of being orcs. And so we left off as we were inside the Shrine of Bahgtru, kind of in this cylindrical, not cylindrical, more like a cylindrical, the cylindrical octagon pit. Yeah, kind of like an octagon, except it's a circle.
Like a
with
tiny octagon. Is it like a circular pool, but without any water in it?
It's like a lazy river, but it's a perfect circle, and in the center of it is a massive metal forged broken femur to represent Bahgtru.
So it's like a donut.
A donut shape. Is a good shape, except it's not cylindrical. It's not round. You know, it's not like it's not a circle that goes in a circle. It's just a circle.
I understand. Straight down. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, that was way too complicated an explanation for a pit. Yeah.
It's just a pit.
It's a pit with a thing in the middle, you know?
Round pit with
like a pool.
Tarak is off just to the left side of Bashuk, the head priestess. Vargan is up above the gated entrance to the basically locker room where the three of them are hanging out. And Riniya, you are going to be kicking off this fight. As the gate begins to open, you watch as Hagu, your opponent, this massive hulking orc, probably, oh my gosh, we can make a second one of the TikToks that will blow up. Massive hulking orc. Sorry.
The sequel.
Sorry. Shameless plug, you know.
Yeah, check out
the
our TikTok.
sequel.
It's pretty rad.
What is that?
We are what, less than 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it's fine. But you are watching as this huge orc, probably 8'6" or so, rippling with muscles. He looks like a Norse god, except orcish. Is entering into the pit opposite side of you as this gate opens. What would you like to do?
Okay, Renaya's going to do two things. First things first, she's going to tell Pockets to go invisible. And then go invisible, go invisible. Thank you. Okay. And then she's going to take off her warding bond ring. And she's going to
Bahgtru ring, I believe.
Yeah, she's
Or
going
is it
to
adamantine?
It's adamantine, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to take it. She's going to go over to Edwin. She's going to put this on.
Wait, put on why?
Yes,
What is it?
This is a very important step in your guys' relationship.
You're going to wear it, okay, when you go and
Symbol
fight,
of
and
the
then it'll help. It'll help.
Okay. I mean,
Maybe it might not come into
it won't
effect,
hurt me, will
but
it?
no, it won't. It will actually like make things hurt less. But just put it on for me.
Oh, good. Slips
Okay.
it on.
Cool. All right.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Wish me luck. I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay.
Please be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Tarak.
I would like to clarify that in the last episode, I believe Riniya also cast.
No, I was going to cast that if
No?
we were going out
Okay.
as a group, and since we weren't, I didn't cast it.
Did Edward still cast the good
Aid.
one? Aid, that's the one.
Yes, I did cast Aid.
Okay, so Aid is still in effect. Did anyone else cast any spells?
No, but we had the one thing, the one.
Yeah, there's we get advantage on some form of check that I totally did not mark
I
down.
believe I believe Tarak, Riniya,
Come on,
and
for
Edward
wisdom.
have advantage on wisdom, and then Kathyr had something different.
I think it was intelligence.
Dex.
No, it was intelligence. Because I was like, that's weird that
Okay.
a shrine of Bahgtru gives advantage
Yeah.
on intelligence saves.
Yeah, because you guys all rolled
and
like a
then-
6 and I rolled a 5.
Yeah, it does the effects of the enhance ability spell.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then if this was within 24 hours from the dragonflower plant, was it?
Should be, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Then we
Yeah.
have resistance
Yeah.
to extreme heat as well.
neat.
In
Great.
case that comes into play. Cool. All right.
You-
Bye. And Riniya goes in.
You step into this arena. It has a fine layer of sand on the bottom of it, where the rest of it is kind of like this orangish sandstone. And you step into it, and immediately the 4 or 5 orcs that are around you, as the shrine doesn't have a lot of orcs in it. But the 4 or 5 orcs that are up around, they were all slowly pounding their weapons against the ground. They begin to speed it up as you begin entering into the pit, where it's this type of sound as you enter this pit. As soon as you step in, Hagu roars and then immediately starts charging at you. Go ahead, roll initiative for me.
Oh no. We're just going right in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you think they wait?
Okay.
Let's see. What are all the dice that I need? D8, D6s, D10.
Okay,
D12.
Pockets got a 15, Riniya got a 14.
Pockets got a 15. Riniya got a 16. Is that what you just
14.
14. Close enough. Down.
said? And Hagu got a natural 1. So,
Did you describe the orc she's facing?
okay. He's 8'6". Have a fairly dark skin tone, probably like a almost like a navy blue, kind of a very deep, rich, pigmented face with a very large protruding jaw. Like Tarak has a large underjaw. This one's even more like stereotypical,
Like, this
very
is like-
traditional, where it's like it sticks out like 2 inches.
So this is the criminal crimson chin.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
just blue.
He has these 2 massive tusks that curl or that go up about 3 or 4 inches before curling out just ever so slightly. So they almost are like warthog tusks, where they kind of like have that like arch to them. He has a little bit of hair that's been shaved on either side into this mohawk that's been braided down his back. That goes down probably about to the middle of his back. He's currently shirtless, but he does have these 2 femurs, 2 halves of a femur that are strapped to his shoulders, kind of like plates, but it's just femur from some animal. You're not quite sure what. And then he has kind of a like battle skirt on with a bunch of little bones and skulls and little iron spikes all around him. And he's currently holding on to this massive, it's like what's it called? A halberd, or it's the massive sword that has like a secondary guard on the second half of it. What is it called? Starts with an H.
Oh.
Anyway,
Mm.
Aaron, find it for me.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
And he's wearing
But yeah,
a kilt.
He's basically wearing like a
emphasis
war
on
kilt.
kill.
Yes. Kill with a little, it's like kill in all caps, but then there's like a little apostrophe
A
T at
little
the end of
T.
it. But it's a little T.
It's
Um,
past tense killed.
Okay, let me just make sure I get this right. So, Pockets, Riniya, Hagu, right?
Yes.
Riniya, Hagu. Okay, that will take us to Pockets' turn. You guys are, this pit is 30 feet in diameter, so you guys are within range of each other, basically. You can always chase each other. And we're going to say that we're just going to start right with you guys at opposite ends. So Pockets is currently 30 feet from Hagu. What are you going to do?
I am going to send Pockets over to Hagu to go and get in range of touch, and then as soon as Pockets uses his movement to do that, I'm kind of jointing our turns because he can't do he can have an action, but his action is going to be anyway. So Riniya will then cast Inflict Wounds at 3rd level through Pockets.
Okay, perfect.
And that will drop his invisibility.
That's just what I was going to ask. Perfect. Go ahead and roll to hit.
That is unfortunately not a natural 20, but it is a dirty 20.
Okay.
And then dice. Oh gosh, I didn't prepare my dice. I prepared everything else.
Classic Lydia.
We are professional D&D players. Dice is the tool of our trade.
That's the one thing we do.
I'm sorry.
I mean, do we really count as professionals?
Yes.
We had this conversation earlier.
4, 5. Okay. That is 10, 13, 18, 21.
Okay.
That's 21 damage, and that uses up Pocket's reaction and her action. And then she's gonna stay put at her distance, and I believe that's all she can do.
So 21 damage
Yeah, and then Pockets is hanging on to
Hagu.
Yeah.
So you enter into this pit, immediately send Pockets over. He goes. Kind of sounds like a pug when it's like walking too fast, you know, or it can't like breathe appropriately.
Its nose is all not right.
Exactly.
Mhm.
She goes kind of charging over. Hagu is not aware of it at all before Pockets leaps up, grabbing onto his shoulder, and you cast Inflict Wounds through Pockets. You immediately watch as from his left shoulder, this eruption of necrotic energy erupts across his chest and down his ribs. He bellows in pain as he falls to one knee before immediately standing and realizing Pockets is right there. He's gonna try and grab him real quick. Let's see. You're supposed to be hit by a melee attack, so that's a spell. No, it's not gonna try and grab pockets. He's gonna just keep running towards you, barreling up on top of you, and he's gonna go with his multi-attack. First swinging his greatsword at you. Ooh. Does a 14 hit?
Nope.
Okay. Does a 9 hit?
Nope.
Nice.
So Haga goes sprinting over, taking this massive sword. He swings once, twice. You dodge and duck before he just snaps down with his jaw, trying to like rip off your shoulder by biting you. And you just take like one step back, getting out of the way. That'll take us to your guys' turn again.
All right. And we're right there. So, oh gosh, I guess I'm just gonna go.
Zweihander. That's what it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm looking for anything with H, and I'm like, buddy, I don't think.
It has
Okay,
an H
so
in it.
the-
I just forgot the Zwei.
Yeah, the type that makes it into the word. You know,
Look up Zweihander. I think it's German. Or
It's like
maybe Scottish.
when you think great sword in your brain, that's what it is.
I'm going to bonus action Shield of Faith.
Okay.
And then I am going to and then I'll use my action to we'll do Shocking Grasp for this.
Go ahead and roll a hit.
That will be a 22 to hit,
That hits.
and then that's 14 damage.
Okay. Very nice. You reach out, having this electricity pulse down your forearm and through your hands, and you just like kind of tap his ribs as you like step past him as he's going to bite you, and he immediately takes like 3 steps back as this massive shockwave of energy goes rippling through his torso. All of the orcs around begin almost like you know how like gorillas kind of like go like woo, 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 kind of like that type of sound.
Uh-huh.
Imagine like 7 10-foot orcs bellowing out this kind of like chanting like ooh and ah type of thing all around you. It creates this energy in the air that's almost like electric. Like you feel like almost like a professional gladiator where like you're putting on a show and you know it's deadly, but you're also like kind of enjoying it, enjoying like the energy of the crowd. It's very, very interesting. That will take us to Hagu's turn, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go. He's gonna
Sorry.
take a couple more swings at you.
I wasn't sure that was a question or not.
Does a 18 hit?
Nope.
Really annoying.
Wait, Mail.
That's a little bit better. Does a 23 hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
At 2nd level.
That's it. Lighten them up.
Hagu takes another step forward, swinging once again with his greatsword, and you missing just slightly as you kind of lean back to dodge it. You come right back up as he grabs you with his hand and pulls you in and goes to bite at your shoulder, digging his massive tusks and fangs into your chest and shoulder.
That's my bad shoulder. No.
Like it's not a good one. It's bad. He goes to like almost like tear at your shoulder before you do this hellish rebuke, causing him to like unclench. How much damage?
You gotta make a dex save.
Oh, I gotta make a dex save. Ooh. All right. Right. Am I good at that? No. That's a 3.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well, I didn't do great on that one.
See, this is what you guys gotta do. Apparently, I suck in one-on-one combat.
That'll be 12 damage.
We just need to split the party more.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, because that worked out so well for us last time.
It always goes well.
I mean,
what are you
You,
talking
know,
grab
we
either
only-
side of his head, and begin speaking just all of these almost insults in abyssal, and whisper it into his ear, causing from his ears necrotic energy and abyssal energy to like radiate from his ears, and all of his veins like through his eyes and
face, everything just kind of lights up with this little purplish red energy. It's kind of disgusting, honestly. It looks very sickly. As you pull this head off you, he takes a step back. I believe that will take us to your turn.
My turn. We're gonna go with another 3rd level inflict wounds.
I got.
Wait, you're going again?
No, I don't.
So
I just
then-
have to remember this. He has magic resistance, which means he has advantage on saving throws for spells. But I just have to remember that for future reference.
Got you. All right. 3rd level inflict wounds.
Do
Bonk,
it.
bonk, 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 bonk. 24 to hit.
Heck.
Okay. So
Does that
three.
hit, DM? Is that what
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
means?
hits. Yeah, that hits. You know, I wasn't sure, but I think it hits.
Okay. And that's 28 damage.
Okay.
And then that's all.
Okay. You don't let up. You clasp both his ears, giving them this hellish rebuke. He's stumbling back, trying to almost stumbling from his orientation being thrown off from the direct attack to his ears. You immediately go after him, being very aggressive, slamming your hands into his chest, and again, eruptions of necrotic energy. This time it's almost a little bit different, where normally all of that energy immediately goes into their body and erupts through it. There was so much necrotic energy that you were pumping into it. There's almost like sparks of almost like black lightning and energy that also erupt from his chest as you're pumping this into him. He is not having a great time as you're barreling down on him. Okay.
Tarak isn't cheering, but he is eating something he's not sure what it is. So this is fair.
It was like in a little plate next to the like priest lady.
He's just
And you're
dipping
just-
his
you're
hand into a
just-
bowl
yeah.
or something.
Awesome. He's going to use his reaction as you go shoving into him. He's going to use his reaction to make an attack at you.
I mean, bro.
Okay. That is a 23.
I shouldn't invite it. My bad. Yeah, that hits.
All right. Perfect. Take 9 points of slashing damage as you shove into him, and he immediately like braces his back foot and rams his sword and cuts into your side just a little bit. That's his reaction. Now will be his turn. He doesn't let up as well. He begins stepping forward, barreling down on you. He's going to swing again with his great axe. Does 19 doesn't hit, right?
No.
Heck, I hate that.
I love it.
That's another 19. He doesn't let up, slashing and throwing his blade all around, trying to find purchase. But you're so much of a smaller target than what he's used to. Like, he's used to facing off against other 10-foot orcs, and you, this little like 5'8", thin, you know, very spindly little elvish woman. He's not finding home his weapons, so that's not really great. Yeah, you guys are just dancing at this point. He's swinging, he's figuring it all out, but not really working. Go for it.
All right, I'm gonna try something just for funsies, since it is.
You're like, hey, he's about to
Pocket's
die. I'll
turn.
experiment, you know.
I want Pockets to try to scare this orc.
Okay. What do I need to roll?
You got to make a Wisdom saving throw.
21.
Yeah, he's good.
No. I'm sorry. 19.
Yeah, he's good. He needed to get a 10 or higher.
Pretty low bar.
Just for funsies, though. All right, so then I'm going to go with a 2nd level inflict wounds.
What?
That's a 26.
That'll hit.
And that's 4d10. 1, 2, 3. Ooh! 2 8s, a 9, and a 4.
Wow. 16, 29.
29.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of
A
damage.
lot.
And that's her go.
Yeah.
Doing great.
He's swinging, he's dancing. You're just like spinning around him. Every once in a while, you like tap a rib and he'll and then tap another rib and he's like he spins around.
The orcs are loving it.
Oh my gosh, the orcs are going crazy. They like whooping. Yeah, like the whooping is what I'm gonna call it. Is so crazy and chaotic and spattered. Is almost disorientating. All these different sounds. He turns and you can see there is bloodlust in his eyes. He wants to rip your head off and break your femurs. He's gonna tackle you.
Let's
And
go.
try and throw
Bring
you.
it on. You can do
He's
this,
gonna try to
Riniya.
throw me?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Go ahead and make a contesting athletic check for me.
Okay.
He's like, wait a second. I outweigh you by 400 pounds.
I can't wait for the
I'm
Hold
so
on.
gonna get yeeted.
I
I
can't
rolled
wait
an
for
11.
the scene. Oh. Uh-oh.
He turns and he tosses his blade to the side before straight up like grabbing you by the ribs and
Uh-oh.
what's it called? Aaron?
German
What's it
suplex? The power
called?
bomb?
The power bomb. He's gonna power bomb you.
Oh, dang.
You all watch as this 8'6", 400-pound orc picks up Riniya almost like she's nothing, jumps like 4 or 5 feet in the air, and then
No.
drives
Oh.
his shoulder into her ribs as he lands on her.
I'm sorry, what was this orc's name again?
Hagu.
Hagu?
Yeah. H.
Oh, you best not
A-
start
Hagu,
throwing out
more
the
like
WWE moves, or else I'm
Hagon.
gonna have to start
Got
shoutcasting
him.
this.
Hagu, more like he's gonna need
Hagu with
some
the power
huggies
bomb off the
after
top
this.
rope. Oh my god, can she get back up?
I can't wait for the scene where like the orc has Riniya in its grasp, and then Pockets runs over and bites it on the leg, and it like, oh, like let's go.
You take
Like
24
in the
points
movies.
of
Ooh.
bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
Before
Ow,
he
that one
kind of
hurt.
gets up, grabs his blade, and he's gonna
Oh.
try and stab you
Okay.
with
Oh
that.
no.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, that's a 12 to hit.
Nah.
You are like barely recovering as your like vision is like blurry. You're like, oh, that's really my gosh, you know. As this massive Zweihander digs probably about 6 inches into the sand behind you. Yeah. Let's see. Does he risk it?
Risk it for the biscuit. You're meant to fight, not think.
I was more
Does
does he risk
Tarak?
the
No, I'm now playing the role of all of the other audience members as well.
No, that's not in their nature. He wouldn't back off. Alright, your turn.
You're right,
Alright.
he wouldn't back off.
Cat is rooting for you, Lydia.
I'm gonna get up and just poke him again with another second level inflict wounds.
Go for it.
That's a 28.
My
Lydia?
gosh.
Corinne Gordon.
Hey, at least it's not a
There's-
natural 20.
There is one good roller on this cast, and that's me. Okay.
Not today,
I don't know
buddy.
what you did to my dice to make it so the highest I've rolled is like a 23 when I
TJ.
have a +8.
No, this is the thing.
But this is cheating.
This is the thing. It's the higher stacked odds. So like the more people that are against you, the better you roll. It's a one-on-one, baby. You lose your buff.
I lost my buff.
Alright.
Dang it.
19.
Yeah, that'll do it. He digs his Zweihander into the ground. You roll, and you go to like kick his like leg out from under him to kind of like trip him, and your shin just stops when it hits his ankle. You're like, "Cut." He kind of looks at you and smiles, before you just like look back up at him and also smile, and then like poke his calf, and his entire bottom half of his leg blows up as you send so much necrotic energy through his calf and shin and knee. The entire bottom half of his leg blows off. He looks at you before just falling face first into the dirt, motionless.
This isn't just a dance. It's a
The-
shindig.
The Tarax or the
Aaron muted
orcs,
me.
the orcs go silent. Before immediately all just erupting into cheers and pounding their sticks. Bashuk stands and raises a hand, and the crowd immediately falls silent. Riniya is one of us. Before Vargan opens the door once again and ushers you back in.
Tarak has been completely straight faced this whole time, but then Riniya wins, and this is the entire reaction. He's back. Complete, not even a break.
Oh man, Tarak, you never change.
Riniya's like walking back, she's looking to Red
Like, just like if he could give it below the table, he would, but he doesn't have a table.
So
he
Just
holds
like
up
under
his
his
plate.
leg. Like,
yeah, just like
He's like, eh.
she's walking back to the cell.
I mean, I
Yeah,
assume she
believe
has to
so.
walk back towards where we are. I assume, yes.
Yeah.
So okay, so I want to be clear here, Grant. All you have to do is exactly what Riniya just did, and you'll be fine.
I have
Just
I have
cast inflict
plans,
wounds 4
okay?
times, and you'll win.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do here.
You have really big damage spells, right? Like that's the bard's specialty.
Yeah, bards are literally made for damage.
I mean, they're
as
top tier
everybody
damage
knows.
dealers.
Yeah,
top
so I'll
tier.
We don't
probably have no problem.
In fact,
as
I think they're the highest tier of damage.
You,
Oh, yeah. Absolute.
you step back, and they just leave the body for the entirety of the next fight. You enter.
That's good. That
into-
can give you cover.
You enter into the kind of like cell-like cage that Edward and Kathyr are in, and Vargan immediately like kind of like takes you like under his wing for a second, and immediately starts guiding you upstairs, so you don't have a chance to talk to either of them before he closes the gate, and then goes and he sits you over by Tarak.
All right, so
You know,
Edward,
like a little like under the
I
arm
can't-
fist bump.
do you want to go
I can't
next,
Good job.
or do you want me to go
I
next?
can't do what Riniya did.
No, I mean, but you don't have to
Vargan
do
shows
what
back
Riniya
up.
did. You just have to do what you do.
You're next, he says, pointing at you, Edward, before opening the gate and shoving you in, and then closing the gate.
You got
Edward
it,
just looks
Edward.
back.
I
alarmed
believe in
at
you.
Kathyr.
You got it. Yep, you got it. Just
Edward,
Walks forward.
just do what you
trying
do
to keep his
best.
chest high.
You keep your chest high, strut forward, and you look as the crowd goes silent. Before
Jeez, DJ.
all right, I know Drew hates it, but I don't care. The whole temple erupts into this whooping and these mallet sounds of the weapons bracing against the ground. The cage from the other side opens, and there wasn't an orc behind the bars just like waiting to go. It was just a black pit. And as the doors open, out from one of the corners comes erupting this massive orc. This one much paler, kind of closer to Tarak's skin tone, kind of a lighter gray, about 9'3", a little bit taller than Hagu. Not quite as thick. He looks more like Greek god physique, where he's very, very toned and
Got
very
that V taper.
exactly, very Icarus style of build, or like Hercules style of build.
I'm like, yes,
comes
Icarus,
rushing
the boy
forward.
that fell from the
But
sky and
I'm
died.
thinking of the statue of Icarus, where
Oh, okay,
he,
that's
just
fair.
like that.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, comes rushing forward, and he almost looks like he has like rabies, like foam.
Ew.
He's like foaming at the mouth as he's rushing forward. He doesn't even have a weapon on him. You just see, well, he does have 2 weapons, but he doesn't have a mass weapon. You just see in his hands these 2, they're not brass knuckles, but they're like, like the pizza blades, like the blades used for cutting pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Like the circular
No,
little
not the
handle
circle one.
things?
Like the arched blade that will go through the entire pizza. Have you
Oh
not seen
yeah, I
this?
have seen those.
It's a
Think of-
Mezzaluna,
think of-
I think.
A Mezzaluna. Think
It's
of
a
Mezzalunas on
crescent.
his fists.
It's like a
brass
smile
knuckle
shape
style.
made out of blade.
Yes, exactly. That is a good way to describe it. He just has those as he's completely shirtless, almost completely pantsless. He's wearing you know how gladiators have kind of like not a loincloth, but almost like it's kind of like a cloth diaper is what it kind of looks like.
Yeah, like sumo.
He's wearing that. Yeah. Kind of like sumo. Yeah. Very like a sumo style undergarment with shin guards that have these two massive spikes coming out of them.
Oh
He comes
my god!
rushing forward.
Dude, this guy's gonna mess Edward up.
You had a whole week to prepare. Be ready. Go ahead and roll initiative, my friend.
Wait, can Edward say anything, please, to the priestess? Does he have a moment to turn and say something? Please, DJ, please.
Odd or even.
Oh, why, DJ? Why? I just wanted a cool. Odd.
DJ, just tell him that it's
You got
human
it.
nature.
Yes. Edward sees the thing, sees the orc there, and he literally mortified. But then you see him think for a moment, and he
thinks for a moment as this 9-foot orc is quickly racing towards him.
This is actually pretty par for the course.
Please let me say something to the priest, DJ.
You can say it. No, I'm
okay.
not letting you say it.
Okay, because it's like a few sentences. He turns. It's short. He turns. He says, "I've already been deemed worthy of being a half-orc by one of your own, and it's a bit dishonorable of you to not honor that. But I will do your challenge, and I will win. In fact, I will make him give up before it's over." And he turns. Initiative time, baby.
Go for it.
I got my cool line. Thanks, DJ.
You're welcome.
That's all I wanted. Oh gosh.
What'd you get?
I got a solid 16.
Oh, he got a 17.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
So simple solution, you just need to not blow it.
I'm
your
really
orc-
good at not blowing it.
Your orc,
It's in your skill set.
Valgan, comes rushing towards you, sprinting, and his upper body is very low. He's almost like galloping at you with 4 arms. Not quite to the point where he's like completely on his upper body, all 4 limbs, but he's rushing forward. He comes sprinting up towards you, and just before he would get to you, he slaps his hands on the ground to kind of skyrocket his upper body forward and rams the knee spike into your stomach.
We've trained for this.
Does a 19 hit?
Oh.
Yeah. He's going to immediately, as he comes up, oh boy, he's going to cast a thing called Silvery Barbs.
Ooh,
It's a
reaction?
hot
reaction.
dang.
Nice.
That's a good one.
And basically, like, I distract him with these silvery barbs that shoot up, and he has to re-roll its disability.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Gives him disadvantage.
Disadvantage,
and
that's what I meant.
On
you
the
can
attack
give
roll?
yourself advantage on the next thing that you do, right? Or another creature.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
rolled higher, so he's still gonna hit. Unfortunately,
that's
but
fine.
a really good spell. That was a good idea.
Thanks. It was worth a shot. I
Yeah.
assumed he had
I'm
incredible
very proud
modifiers.
of you.
I assumed he had
Yeah.
incredible modifiers, so.
I mean, he has a +7 to hit, so it's
Weak.
well, yeah, exactly. That's gonna be 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay, well that's not all that bad. 14.
Second attack.
Oh, they're
Does he
so
still have disadvantage?
No. Nope.
Silver Barb is such a good business.
Oh, also, I have I didn't even really need to do that, but I also have the Cloak of Displacement, which I forgot about.
Oh yeah, it
Which
has,
we
it
will just-
So
automatically.
he would have
For
disadvantage.
the second attack, yeah, he'd have disadvantage again because
It doesn't work after you take damage.
after I take damage.
Mm-hmm. So that
Gotcha.
you take damage, and then at the start of your next turn, it starts working again.
Okay, so now he
Okay.
disadvantage. for
Now
the
he's got
second
normal
attack.
rolls.
Okay, 15 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
As you're like almost being lifted up, as this orc is like holding you up by your stomach on this rib, he just rips his face forward and bites into your collarbone and like begins gnawing on your collarbone, trying to like rip
Oh
it
my gosh!
out of
You
your
know that
body.
scene in The Princess Bride when the big rat bites his collarbone? He's like, "Ah!" That's
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah,
the
basically.
scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Except it's 9'6".
Yeah. And yeah.
At
That's
least we'll
6
be
points.
matching.
Swallow you whole.
6 points of piercing damage.
Okay. See, this isn't bad at all.
Yeah. No.
I should
That's that's his turn. You're currently balancing from this impalement in your stomach, about 2 feet off the ground, as this orc is like freaking eating your collarbone like a chicken wing. What are you gonna do?
Okay. He's just being held up.
Yep. You're like 2 feet
Barely.
off the ground.
Early he makes out the words. He casts suggestion,
Okay.
and he's being picked up, and he just says, surrender.
Ooh, okay.
What's the save?
What's the save for
Wisdom.
suggestion? Okay. And he has
And
advantage
it's-
on it.
It's 16 spell save DC.
Okay. But his wisdom
Mm-hmm.
got an 11.
So what does he do? How do they even handle this? I don't even know if orcs surrender, but guess what he's
They're
gosh
precedent
darn gonna have to
involved?
try.
Aaron,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll roll a history check for me, and this specifically is to see just how embedded in this orc's like subconscious the idea of surrendering never happened.
Literally, he just doesn't know what you mean.
That would suck so
He's
bad.
like surrender.
Suspender?
Suspend. Oh, suspend you above the ground in a guillotine.
He just doesn't.
History.
Just,
That'll
just
be
use
a
Tarak's, yeah.
16.
Okay, so he's not gonna flat out surrender, but you whisper this, and he stops gnawing on your collarbone and kind of like turns, and you see his eyes almost like glass over, like with this little sheen, as he like slowly like sets you down, not like with his arms. He just like lowers his leg to the point where you can rest on your own before kicking back a little bit to rip this. It's almost like a diamond-like shaped spike, so it has kind of a flange that goes out before going back in. So it hurts just as much going out as it did going in.
Man, the flanged blades, they'll get
The
you every time.
flanged blades, almost like a barbed blade. Yeah, is the better word. Before taking a few steps back.
Do I get opportunity attack?
Sure. If you, yeah, sure.
And
He'll leave.
I
Bold
can't.
flame.
I can't. Oh, do I have a thing? I can't use a spell, can I?
Nope.
It has
As
to be melee.
opportunity. Okay, that makes sense. Then. Okay. I'll go ahead and just go for it. I'm going to take what what Tarak taught me to heart, and I'm just gonna take my rapier and try to hit him.
Okay, go for it.
Just
Do I-
whack, whack.
I have advantage from the barbs. Because I
Yes,
can choose to
yes,
give a creature
yes.
advantage, including myself. Okay. Oh boy, that's a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
You whisper this in. Go ahead and roll your damage real quick.
Yep. Okay,
you
so that's
whisper this
9
causing-
damage.
9 damage. Very nice.
Nice. Only 100th of the way there.
Riniya is gonna show Tarak that she gave the ring to Edward, but I don't want to like repeat it.
Just
Uh,
like pointing by your finger.
But she's sitting
Track
next to
does not understand at all.
She's
He
sitting
looks
next
at-
to you, so
Oh yeah.
Ring! It's the ring! Get the ring!
anyway,
Please continue.
Anyway.
Dungeons and Dragons, everybody.
you as he steps back, kind of looking confused, almost like his very soul doesn't know what to do, as you're basically asking him to do something against his very nature. You step forward and just poke him, and he immediately loses that gloss, and again that bloodlust immediately like erupts in his eyes. He's gonna use his reaction to hit you. No, he's not. That's a natural one.
Please no.
You poke him.
Wait,
and he
no.
just goes.
Oh wait, hold on.
He just swings at you. You take a step back,
Oh
and
my
it just like
gosh.
grazes past your chin, like
It's a
cutting
perfect
off
shave.
cutting off like 1 or 2 little beard hairs as he just barely misses you. That'll take us to his turn though. He's not gonna let up.
The best part is that Edward's not coming because of Tarak.
Does the 15 hit?
Yeah. Wait, this place are
Disadvantage
closed.
on the attacks.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Does it? Okay. 15 is the lower one, and then for the second attack.
Okay. No
Yes.
disadvantage on the second attack.
Okay. And a 25 hits. Okay, so both attacks are hit.
Jeez.
You step back, just
That hits
barely.
twice almost.
You just barely miss the freaking like knuckle blade, whatever. we wanna call
Five-finger
it.
death punch.
Yeah.
The Falcon smash.
And you're like, oh, you like actually look at Tarak for approval as you dodge this before getting
Look at me, look at the
uppercutted. Before you get like uppercutted with the other fist. That's gonna deal. It's 2d6.
I'm winning. Whoa.
Plus 4, 15 points of slashing damage.
Look at me. I'm.
I
love it.
Just getting ragdolled around the arena. I'm
And then
doing
12
it.
points of piercing damage. So a total of 27 points of damage.
12, and that's math. 15.
How-
27,
how-
you said?
Yeah, 27.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
You're fine?
Don't you
Yeah,
worry
are
about
you,
me,
are you
Kathyr.
fine?
Don't you worry about
I
me,
don't know if I
Kathyr.
believe you.
That takes us to your turn as this orc is like staying like 2 feet away from you, swinging, punching, kneeing, biting. He's like a flurry of blows at your face. What are you gonna do, Edward?
Okay. Edward's going to look a bit panicked, but like super focused, and angry, and he just he takes a deep breath and he grabs the orc by I don't know his leg maybe.
Grab his hips.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Or like around his I don't know his
Twist
waist maybe.
his tusks off.
And
Grab his femur.
he just focuses really hard. You see like his vein pop out of his forehead. He's never done this before. And you see him like muttering something, and he casts Bestow Curse.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Okay. Do
I
need
love
a
myself
wisdom
some
for that?
good bestow curse.
And so it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Okay, that's a 13.
Oh, that does not save. You needed a 16.
Nice.
And the one I'm going to choose is while cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action that turn doing nothing. A remove curse spell ends the effect. You can choose the DM's option is to choose an alternative to change the effect, I think. I'm trying to see if
if you attack it,
it's
does that remove
concentration,
curse?
but
Okay.
I don't see anything about attacking it here.
Okay, so select what ability score are you going to choose. It will have disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws made by that ability score.
Oh, all of these happen?
I thought
Yes,
it was only
all
one.
of these are things.
No, you have to
Oh,
choose
select the
one.
nature of the curse
Yeah,
from one
yeah.
of the ones below mentioned options.
Mhm.
Yes, my bad. I was just
You're
looking
good.
at them.
Man, Aaron
At the
sucks.
DM's you may choose an alternate
I
curse
do.
effect.
It's terrible.
Oh, I see. At the DM's rule, you can choose an alternate curse effect. However,
No,
I don't think if I hit it, it matters. It's just concentration.
No, you can choose that as one of the options.
It's,
So I
it's like a
choose-
fancy hex.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
choose that it has to make a wisdom saving throw at the beginning of each of its turns, and if it fails, it cannot do anything.
Yeah, no, that's pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Good move.
confusion, but single target and a wisdom save.
You grab his thigh and focus as hard as you can. As you do, these spectral chains kind of begin wrapping around its thigh and up around its chest and down its arms before locking it into place, and it cannot move as these like black ghostly chains lock it into place. You gonna do anything else in your turn?
That's the sound he's making.
Alright, he's gonna make a wisdom save to see if he can do anything.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Huh?
I have a fighter thing. It's called action surge.
That is the thing that you
Action
can do,
surge?
yes?
Yeah, which means I can take an additional action.
Yes, that is what that means. Do you want to use that?
Yes.
Go for it.
I do.
I'm gonna
That'd
hit
be
him
pretty
so
cool.
Wait, okay.
Bud. Are you gonna attack
Do I
him?
get advantage? Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with my rapier.
You do not get advantage. I don't think
Okay.
that's what this spell is.
Well, I
He's
think
not prone or anything like that. It just he's mentally.
I think a
ill-prepared for
24 is still gonna do it.
it. Yes, 24 still does it.
Okay. That's an 8.
8 points of damage.
Yes.
Nice.
And then I'm also
adding
going
your
to.
modifiers too?
Yeah.
Man.
And then
That's
I'm also
fortunate.
going to. Yeah, I'm a bard. And then I'm also
Got a
going to
normal sword.
use second wind as a bonus action,
Bonus
which is
action.
1d10 plus 2 of health.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm kind of hurt.
Look at you
here.
using your
That's
stuff.
only 5. That's only 5, but you know it's better than nothing.
That's 5 more than you had before.
Yep. And now it's his turn to roll the wisdom.
Okay. He has advantage on it because he's a fancy boy. 13.
Nope, it needs to be a 16.
You watch as he strains and pulls on these chains, but anytime he goes to swing, he locks up and he can't quite do anything. He can kind of step back, he can move, but anytime he goes in to swing or to punch, he can't quite move, and it's just kind of locked up. That's his turn.
Edward just kind of grins and says, "Nothing to do with your power now," and then he thrusts his rapier into this guy's neck.
In the neck.
Go for it. Roll the hit.
Get the jugular.
I like elbow Riniya. I caught him that.
23 to hit.
No hit. Look at
Okay.
You guys. Man, I should have upped his AC. I'll up it for Kathyr.
That's 11 damage. This is gonna be a long combat, man. I'm gonna have to have like 12 turns.
Eventually, he'll just give up out of just like.
I
this
hope he
sucks.
does. You know, I hope he does.
Remember, the whole thing was be more annoying to than be too much work
Yeah,
to put the work.
exactly.
He's doing it.
Exactly.
Now this also lasts 1 minute.
That's
So-
10
10
rounds of
rounds.
combat.
Yeah, so it might wear off if I don't get him
We're
down.
gonna count it.
If you
Yeah, you
deal
better
11
count it, 'cause-
damage every turn for the next 10 rounds, you've got 110 damage.
But I don't know how much damage this guy has. He's
He has a lot of damage. How much HP he has,
That's what I mean.
I know.
We'll see.
All right, we're gonna roll another wisdom save.
Gosh.
15.
Not good
Nope.
enough.
Nope. Needs to be a 16.
Once again, he comes in swinging. At this point, the orcs who've been kind of like whooping are like,
Ooh.
yeah, there's like a confusion to it. They're like,
Uh-huh.
They start
Huh?
cheering, Edward. Edward. I'm just kidding.
yeah,
Okay.
your turn. Again, buddy.
And I don't have advantage, right? We decided that.
Nope.
Okay. Well, that's let's see. What is that? That's 15.
15 does not hit.
Didn't think so.
off!
Go for the famous.
No, that's 15.
Wait.
I can't bardic inspiration myself, right? That's not
No.
a thing.
Nope.
I didn't
You
think so.
cannot.
I didn't think so.
You
Wrong subclass
strut
for that.
forward, and you're starting to get a little confident. You're like, this guy
Mhm.
can't do anything.
I'm getting cocky.
You swing forward, and he just like shifts his hips, so you miss, and he's just like glares at you.
Edward stumbles a bit and he's like, he just
He's
looks
gonna
back at the orcs
try-
like,
He's got
like-
two
like,
twos.
oops.
That's
Leans
so
down to
frustrating.
it. Queen Sandra and I.
Yes.
I can't believe
Edward Yeah.
forgot that all orcs are professional cha-cha dancers as well. Our hips never lie. We're like Shakira.
Oh,
Shakira, the
Shakira's-
ancient Orcus priestess.
Yeah.
Can this please be real lore? That sounds
there
like
is
an orcish
definite
name.
there is
Shakira.
there is definitely an orc named Shakira.
But her name is pronounced Shakira.
Yeah,
Shakira.
Shakira.
Can I roll to hit again?
You can roll to hit again, bud. I just
Do
got 2 natural
good.
2s for my wisdom
Dang
save.
it, I'm not rolling very well anymore. That's
You've
like
only got 10 rounds.
It's a 14.
You know that you could cast
That will miss.
spells, right?
No, it's a concentration.
But yeah, you can cast
You can
other
cast other
spells that aren't
spells.
concentration spells.
Huh?
You just can't
So,
cast
like,
another concentration spell.
You can only
Grant?
concentrate on one thing, but spells that are
Grant?
only in action,
It's okay.
you're good
No,
to go.
it took me forever to figure that out too.
Grant?
It's okay.
Lydia, you've been playing this game for 2 years now. Grant's been playing it for 8.
For like
I know, but he's
maybe.
Grant. We knew this was gonna happen.
And this is not his first spellcaster. This is like his 7th spellcaster he's
It's
played.
okay. It's okay. It's
And you
okay.
didn't know.
Okay,
It's
I'll
okay.
wait.
You can
I'll wait.
cast
I'll wait.
other
I'll wait.
spells
I'll wait
when
for the
you're
next one.
concentrating.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll wait for the next one.
I'm so upset. I almost want to make it so you can't now.
That would be so
It's-
monstrous.
Magic is complicated. There's a lot to remember. It's okay.
I'm not gonna lie. For a
Oh
second,
my
I had
God.
forgotten who was playing because I had confidence that he knew that, and he was trying to go for the
Guys.
the thematic play of like I'm going to get him down with my pokey stick.
I love that. That's exactly what I was doing.
Drew's just
I'm
so
just kidding.
shrunken.
I'm just kidding. I really didn't know.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Wisdom saves. Come on, roll something high. Natural 20. Thank you.
All
very
right.
much.
Wait.
It's a 19.
Wait.
You can cast that spell.
Cutting words. As a reaction when a creature that's not immune to being charmed, you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll, not a saving throw. Bummer.
But when I attack you,
could
you can do
cast
this.
silvery barbs.
Could I do that?
Yeah.
Tarak's like, do the shiny thing.
Literally do the
could.
thing that you already did, but
Can
do
I
it better.
cast silvery barbs again?
Yes.
I feel bad 'cause I just got help
Does that-
from Aaron.
Does that affect saves or is that just attack
Oh,
rolls?
that's
Oh, silvery
actually
barbs is
great.
real good.
You can distract
Uh,
the triggering creature must re-roll the d20, use the lower roll. Has
Or-
advantage. It doesn't actually.
It's literally a
Mention it.
D20 roll. You
Yeah,
can
that's what
use
it
it
says.
on like
What's this
absolute.
from?
You can use it
What
on.
book is this from? Is this?
This is from the new one, the Magic College one. the Harry Potter ripoff book.
Hence why I don't know it, because I haven't bought Strixhaven yet.
It's really good.
I'm
I
hot.
really want it. Okay, so you're casting Silvery Barbs.
Yeah, again. No! It's just silvery barbs. It's just barbs. It's bad.
You go to poke him, and his hips don't lie. And you watch as this disgusting smile kind of like pulls across his face as his tusks kind of flange out. He goes and he swings at you, this time not being restrained by the chains, and you erupt this little wall of thorny, viney plants.
Yeah.
That is okay. Aaron, question for you.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So because he, so.
So okay. So
How do I
are you
wanna
saying
do
that
this?
because he had advantage?
Yeah, because he had advantage,
Okay,
and the
so
second
I
roll
know the
was
answer
what
to the
gave it to
question.
him. But Grant cast it after that. So how would you roll this?
So the silvery barbs is a separate D20 roll. So you take if it succeeds on a check. So you look at what is the roll that succeeded on a check, and then you roll a new die and choose the lower of those two die.
So the natural 20 and the one that I just rolled.
Yes.
Okay, so that was an 18 then. So it still hits,
Still hits.
but that
still
spell is
breaks
still
it.
really bomber.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
really good. It's
Mhm.
not even concentration, and you give yourself advantage on the next one. It works against ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws.
That's
We can still do this, guys. We can
It's-
still do this.
It's
Can I
straight
get
up
some Edward?
banging.
Go Edward in the chat, please.
You erupt this wall of thorny, viney plants, and it creates almost like this wall, like you can't see through it.
And they're
And then
silver.
it shatters as this fist goes ripping through it, and it punches you in the face, straight up, just.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, but now I need
Welcome,
to roll to actually
Raiders.
hit you. You raided? Very
Adventures
nice.
in Initiative.
Me too.
Go Edward.
We're teaching Grant how to play Dungeons and Dragons today.
Today, yes.
Once again.
What,
does
episode 58,
a
9? 58?
18 hit you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and a 19 hits as well.
Yeah. Edward,
You
Kathyr,
take
relax.
12 points
Kathyr.
of slashing damage.
Constitution saving throw, Grant. Oh,
Me?
yeah. He also has disadvantage on the attacks because of
Yes, he does. I was gonna
the
say that.
cloak.
Sorry, DM.
I'm just gonna
So-
pilot
One
Grant
of these
from
days,
now.
we're actually gonna remember it as he's already like
I'm
rolling,
so
not
sorry,
after he's
DM.
rolling
Okay,
damage.
that was better. That's fine. Yeah, okay, both of them still hit.
Okay, that's
You
good.
pieces of trash.
So 12 and
So 12 points of slashing damage and 7 points of piercing damage.
That'll be 2 Constitution saving throws from Grant. Need to beat a 10 on both of them.
I crit on the first one.
Okay.
Lydia, could you nat 20 command?
Yes.
And an 8 on the second one.
God,
And
you
you
need to
get-
get better at
you
your
get-
job.
Is that just the roll? You get to add your spellcasting modifier.
Oh, I add that to the.
It's Constitution modifier on the.
It's just con.
Constitution
Saves.
modifier, excuse me.
Yeah, I did already add it, so it's only 8.
You have
Okay.
advantage on it because of silvery barbs.
Real? I do.
I'm
That makes it an 11.
manipulating this whole
That
thing.
makes it an 11.
Call me the puppet master.
I'm still in the draft.
There's a big part of me that's like, man, we should mute Aaron.
Honestly, I would.
Jokes on you. I
probably
have the
do.
control button.
We got this, guys.
So, you keep concentration on Bestow Curse as you guys watch as this wall of plants, these silvery spiked plants, erupts, and Lagan goes barreling through it. He punches Edward in the stomach, lifting him up a little before punching him in the face and sending him like 5 feet back. As you get like lift punch, you get thrown back. The whole crowd of 7 orcs, they immediately begin erupting into cheers and hollering as they slam their weapons and hoot and holler. It's crazy. Honestly, a little terrifying as these 7 orcs are causing the shrine to shake a little bit.
Feel like I'm mentally performing the like shadow boxing scene from Real Steel. That's how I feel. Like
That's
just
very
in
good.
the mental.
You are the doula hand in this situation. I feel like I just got hit by the thing and then slams back into the bars, and I just picture Kathyr like reaching his hands through the bars and giving him a shoulder massage and be like, "You got
it, bud.
this. You got this.
Oh,
Focus."
you got it. Oh, Edward.
Edward,
my
it is
turn.
your turn.
Edward, he's alive. and
Cast
he
a
just says-
spell.
He's like, he pulls out his lute, or not his lute. He doesn't have his lute, but his flute. Does he have his flute on him?
Yeah, you have
Yay!
this flute.
He pulls
You guys
out
have
his
all your
flute,
stuff.
and he says, "You made me have to use my flute," and he goes, and he casts Shatter, baby.
Nice.
It's
Classic.
like on the center of the orc, you just see this like wobbling orb of clear distortion.
Nice.
That's like 10 feet.
And I need to
in
roll something, right?
radius. Constitution. You're probably good at that. Constitution.
Sorry, Maz. Grant did it on purpose, I'm sure.
18?
18 does save. However, you still take half as much.
Okay.
So let me roll 3d8 real quick. Ooh, that's not great. Ooh, that's really bad. So let's go. How about 5? Do I add anything to that?
No.
Thunder? No, I didn't think so. 5.
So is that a
thunder
total
damage.
of 5 damage or 5
That-
damage?
That is a total of 5 damage.
So he takes 2.
Great.
I'm so
He's down.
sad.
Wait, okay, no, hold on.
Oh,
Grant,
no.
what did you roll on your dice?
1, 1, 3.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't great.
Grant!
I can't control my dice.
He's gonna try and hit you again.
Oh, this is also bad. This is so bad.
The curse is still up, by the way.
Yep,
yeah.
nope, yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
That's an 11.
Nope, doesn't save.
He's so excited. He punches, you cast Shatter, and he's like, it barely like even affects it. It doesn't look like he even realized it
Ting.
happened. And he's immediately like charging forward, and he goes to swing, and once again is locked up by that spectral curse. And you can tell he's so frustrated. He's can't quite get you.
Edwards he stands up and walks towards him. He's like, "Now it's your turn to back up. And he just thunder waves. So
Do I need to roll something for that?
Yeah, Constitution
It's another
saving
con
throw.
save.
And he's casting it at 3rd level.
That's a 7.
Oh my god.
Fails.
It's something
He
that
totally
actually
fails.
works.
Let me pull it up again. Sorry.
Oh
Give me
my
one
god.
sec.
You're casting a spell, you don't even know what it does.
Yeah. No, I had to look. I had to track the spell slot. Okay,
I think
so
this is the first time in the game someone has failed the save against this spell.
I think you're right.
I legitimately think it's the first time.
So that's 3d8 real quick. So let me roll that. 5 plus
Uh-huh.
5 is 10
Come on.
Uh-huh.
plus 8
18
is
damage.
18 damage.
That's
And
like
it gets
almost
pushed
as good
10
as,
feet, I
like,
think.
And he gets pushed 10 feet away. Is he prone? I don't think so.
You like
Nope,
almost
just
did
gets pushed 10
Riniya's
feet.
first level inflict wounds.
Let's go! That was a good one. I'm casting spells, guys.
You're doing really good. Yeah, he reaches forward and he's right there. He can't quite, and you like look up a track, kind of wink.
I got
and then
it,
slam
buddy.
both your hands.
Eyes
in.
on the fight. God. Literally stop looking at me.
Before you cast Thunderwave, as this massive clap of thunder erupts and echoes off the walls inside this, causing the whole place to shake. And he's thrown back. He's like actually like lifted off the ground and thrown back 10 feet before kind of falling back. He immediately gets up. He's gonna try and attack you. That's cocked. 14?
Nope.
Wait, did you disadvantage for the cloak thingy?
No, this is the.
Oh,
This is
14
the,
doesn't
His wisdom.
save.
This is his save to even be able
He
to
can't
attack.
do anything. This is
He
the
gets
best.
up
What
and
round are we
immediately
on at
charges
this point?
forward. And again,
This is now
we're
the
on
6th time that he's saved.
Okay.
yes.
So you have a whole 4
You have
rounds
4 more
left.
rounds to kill him.
All right, and he says, "Oh
Please.
gosh,"
Just literally do your job.
and he
Come on,
takes a few more
please.
steps forward. And he says, "That's not far enough," and he thunder waves again.
Yeah.
Back up.
Back up.
And he looks at Track, thumbs up.
Fails
I
again.
swear to God. Ah!
He fails again. Roll your damage.
Yes, I'm so
Come
happy.
on. Come on, please roll. Die well.
2d8. It's a 7
Uh-huh.
and a 6.
Woo!
Was that
13
13?
damage.
And he gets pushed back 10 more feet.
He's pushed back. He's all of 15 feet away from you. Yeah, he's gonna try and get up. He's gonna rush towards you, so he's right on top of you again.
Gosh.
Come on.
11 doesn't save.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't save.
3 rounds left.
3
buddy.
more rounds.
And Edward says, "Get to that wall." And he thunder waves a 3rd time.
Back up.
I would just like to state. Actually, I have a question. Grant, how many spell slots after this do you have left?
That's
Like
all
2.
of my level 1 spells, all of my level 2 spells, 1, 3, and 1, 4.
So he has 2 spell slots left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Damage.
Okay.
And he
Roll
failed
this-
on the save?
It's 2d8 here.
Come
4
on.
Wait, no,
plus
sorry. Wait. Yeah, he fails in save.
4 plus 6, that's 10 damage, and he's pushed back 10 feet. Is he at the wall?
No, he keeps moving to you on his
no.
turn.
He keeps
Oh, yeah,
moving
that's right,
to
that's
you
right,
on
that's
his
You're gonna
turn.
have to move to him if you want him to stop moving towards
I got you. I guess Edward will move closer then, in a menacing way.
Okay. Yeah.
And he took
You're-
10 damage.
This is Edward. Just
No, Edward just does this.
It's gonna try and miss. Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Come on.
That's a 13.
No.
Nope. Doesn't save.
Oh, you've got 2 rounds left. That's exactly the amount of spell slots that you have.
Oh my gosh, I know.
You have to
Yeah.
kill him before he murders you.
Just
It's either that
Just keep-
or
just underweight him at a
reapply
higher
curse
level.
with one of your spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he looking bloodied? Like, is he
So he's
breathing
at, like-
hard?
Like he doesn't look like he's having a good time, but you're doing a lot of spells that like don't cause lacerations.
Oh, gotcha.
So
It's a
like,
lot of internal bleed.
yeah, he could have like major internal bleeding, and you'd never know.
Yep.
So in
I mean,
reality, I would put him
Well-
slightly above half health.
slowly the color of his skin would become more of a purple, you know.
Okay.
Sure,
Well,
he's somewhat purple.
all right. He's just a little bruised. Edward's just gonna. He's really out of breath. He is sweating, man. You've never seen Edward sweat this much, even in combat. And he just walks up and he draws his rapier and he's gonna go for it again. He's just gonna stab him with his rapier. I know it's low damage, but
Stab him.
I'm
That's
getting
dead.
low on options, boys.
Yeah, he's dead.
Does he get? He doesn't have advantage, does he?
Oh.
That's a nat 1.
Oh
Oof.
no!
that sucks.
He's real
You
tired.
go up, and you step forward, and he can't do anything to attack you, but you go in and try and jab at him. As you do, he just grabs the blade.
His hips don't lie! What have you learned?
Oh, 16.
No. Meets it, beats it. This could be the end, boys.
He grabs the blade,
Mm-hmm.
rips it out of your hand, and then runs your own rapier into your side.
All right.
That's good, that's less
disadvantage.
damage.
Disadvantage with the cloak.
Yep.
17.
Yeah, that hits.
What's
You
the
need a
damage of your
better
rapier?
gosh dang armor class.
Is your rapier a D6?
It's
D8.
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 And technically it's a +1.
How is your armor class
But
so
but
bad?
I'm a, wait, am I attuned to it? No, I'm not.
No, it's just a +1 sword.
My
He's
armor class
he's
is
a bard.
13.
How high is his
plus-
AC supposed to be?
I mean, 11 plus literally anything other than 2.
You take 8 points of
Okay.
piercing damage
Okay.
before he's gonna punch you with his freaking blades.
Oh gosh, I'm real
Oh, it's not with disadvantage. 7 or 24 to hit.
Yeah, dude. Oh, this is not great. This is not great.
12 points of slashing damage.
Is that it?
Now,
That's it.
Grant,
Oh, yeah.
you could reaction cutting words.
Well, how much was that to hit? 24.
You can cutting words the damage.
Cutting words only makes it down 8. That would make it a 16.
You can
Which
cutting
still
words the
makes me-
damage.
Yeah, but
Oh,
he has-
can I?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm so happy you guys are here to help me play my bard. Yeah, could you cutting words. I say, I'm going to win. Believe me, I have more up my sleeve. That's
You
his
say
cutting
that
words.
as this blade punches you in the face. How much do you reduce the damage by?
A D8? Wait, I roll it?
Yes.
Yes.
4.
You reduce the damage by 4.
Ooh, I'm doing great,
Uh,
guys.
Okay. So that was the 9th round. All right. Your last potential round of safety.
Oh gosh, he.
What are you gonna do, Edward? I will say he's not doing great.
Yeah, neither is Edward, man. He's at the end of his group. And Edward just says, oh, he's not doing great. What does he do? What does he do? And he will... I'm just scanning my spells real quick, just to double check.
Got that nice 4th level
See.
spell and a 3rd level spell. You still got big beefy spells. They just have to do stuff.
Yeah, well...
See, I can't advise you at this point. I can only
I
advise
know.
you on the things that you already have active.
Mm-hmm. I have to just be clever here. I'm trying to figure out how Edward might pull this off.
Recommend doing damage.
You recommend doing damage?
Yes, because if you don't do damage, you're just gonna prolong until you still have to kill him. There's no way of you getting around the fact that you have to do damage.
You're totally
So you
right.
might as well do the damage while he can't attack you.
You're totally right.
Because if you don't do the damage now and he can attack you, you're gonna die before you kill him.
You know what? You're totally right.
Grant, I hate you.
I'm just reading something real quick. Aaron, plug
Yeah?
table scraps.
What's up, everybody? Just so you know, we have an additional side content on Thursdays that I run called Table Scraps, where I'm the host, and we pretty much talk about whatever. It happens sometime in the afternoon. We are never quite sure of the time. If you want to know the time that it starts, make sure to be in our Discord, because we will announce it on Thursdays, because you best believe that we don't plan this ahead of time. You'll get some behind-the-scenes info. It'll be super fun. Sometimes we even play D&D on there, although that it requires us to have, like, I don't know, at least 4 people, and that doesn't happen too often. Normally it's me, Lydia, whoever else we can get on, but at least normally us too. So be there, be square. It's pretty rad.
All right, I've come to the conclusion that the only helpful thing I could do is, I guess there's 2 things.
Okay,
One question.
I might have an answer.
What is like the highest HP polymorph that I could do?
For yourself?
Yeah.
That's very fair.
To give me 10
So-
hit points.
That's actually a very fair question.
So
Now you would
can
have to
go
drop
up to-
concentration, but
That's true.
Let me look at polymorph. real quick.
isn't it
Not to
CR
prolong my
4?
turn even further, but I
No,
want to
I
know
think
because if I could get
it's a
like
CR
40 HP here.
It's a CR beast equivalent to your level. Now I'm trying to remember
Right.
if that's gonna be his bard level or
It's just total
his
level.
character level.
Less than
It-
the target's.
Pretty sure it's just total level.
Spell the transformation lasts. Assumes the
If it's like a
Target's
flat
level if it
rate,
doesn't have a charge. Yeah, I'll say it's your whole level. So you can do a beast up to 9th level, which
okay.
could be a lot.
Yeah,
There's something
there's
very-
things.
The monster manual.
Gosh, I don't have one on me.
Let's see.
If you go to
T-Rex,
Xanathar's
giant
guide,
ape, mammoth,
the,
giant crop,
Druid
giant
has
shark,
a table for
triceratops,
things.
Can I? What's a mammoth? Give me the stats for a mammoth.
Mammoth.
A mammoth with a giant purple vest.
Mammoth.
You're just
what
a
do
boo
you,
from
hit
from
points is
Aladdin.
126.
Could I please turn into a freaking mammoth? Do I get that temporary hit
I
points?
think you need to
I
have
believe you have
seen
to
or
have seen
understand
a
its
mammoth.
biology.
I mean,
DM?
could he have heard of an elephant or read about
or
elephants?
an elephant, maybe a war
Now,
elephant.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Just a second. Just a second. We're gonna get.
We'll get DM's
Wait,
help
wait,
on
wait,
this.
wait,
real
wait,
fancy.
wait.
Just a second. So a crystal toad has 110 HP.
Mhm.
Oh, and you know what a
It's a
crystal toad
beast.
is?
And I've seen
You
it.
know it deeply.
You know.
You know it well.
I know it inside and out. You know, I've thought about
And
this.
it'd be very appropriate as you're fighting an orc.
All right. I can't believe this. Edward, it's his turn, right? Like it's his turn.
Ah.
Yeah, it's your turn.
And he just looks at the toad, not the toad. He looks at the orc and he says, "I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do this. These things are horrible. I'm so sorry." He just like turns
Yeah,
into
no.
a freaking crystal toad.
You erupt. You guys watch as his skin goes from his charming, very tanned skin with like dark hair, just to this like albino to clear as all of the pigment disappears from him as he grows and metamorphosizes into this massive crystal toad that's almost invisible aside from a purple vest that is stretched to the absolute limit of what it could be as this purple vest goes up and around its body. Grant,
I'm going to send him the picture.
yeah, send him the picture so he knows what he can do. You have a tongue and a swallow attack.
I hope this is still interesting to people listening.
Oh,
This
this
took
is
so
amazing.
long. But I
This
had
is
to.
fantastic.
No other choice here.
Grant, I'd rather take a while to make sure you don't actually die because you're dumb.
Thank you, DM. Are you sending me via text or Snapchat, Mr.
Text.
Aaron?
So that way it doesn't go away. You can never escape this.
You're so smart.
It's a
Man,
gift.
Edward
crystal
says.
toads are awesome, and they're beasts, so that's a good polymorph to have.
Edward says, "Whoa."
Wow.
What sound do the toads make?
Well, yeah, it was like.
Do
And
the
then
orcs freak out?
Oh my gosh, you erupt into this toad, and you watch as
Just
Balgan
7
kinda
people
like
from the audience throw spears.
he kind of like takes a step back as he's now looking up at you, and the crowd erupts into cheers.
Aaron,
Do you
the,
have your
the
stats yet?
message hasn't come through.
Well, you need to get it together.
Okay. Roll it. I'm assuming you're gonna hit, right?
Yeah, I'll probably. Oh gosh.
So you have
Strange.
3
Well,
attacks.
the
well, theoretically,
polymorph
it's
is an action.
It's an action
so-
to cast a polymorph.
Yes,
so
it's an action.
There you
So
go.
it's his turn first. I got it. His turn.
Groovy.
That gives me
And
time to look
polymorph
at
is
it.
concentration, so he doesn't have to worry about if he can hit. He's just going to hit. Assuming he can roll well.
does he theoretically have a disadvantage because it's glass?
I mean,
Does theoretically have disadvantage while nobody is in the toad, I believe. Isn't that right?
that is the clear body effect underneath
Yes.
the things.
Has advantage on stealth checks made to hide, and other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls to hit the toad, as well as perception checks to locate it.
Yes. We never actually attacked the toad that didn't have a person in it.
So I just rolled to see if he a perception check, which he got a 21 on.
Yeah, he totally sees me. And he knew where I was.
Yes.
So I guess that
You're a
helps.
very large
Uh,
thing.
And they've
Yeah.
seen these before.
And there's a purple vest on it.
That is fair.
yeah,
The purple vest removes that.
18 to hit.
Yes,
That
that does
hits.
hit. That does hit.
Yes, it does.
Hey team. Hey viewers. I would love fan art of a frog with a vest on it. That's
a
all I
clear
have.
frog with a vest in a fighting ring.
Just a
That
floating
is-
vest would be great.
10 points of slashing damage from the first attack,
10.
and
Okay.
second attack is gonna hit, and that will be 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
This is not gonna be a fun time for this orc.
No, I hope it isn't.
Crystal Toad. Crystal
Um,
Toad.
Yeah, that's his turn.
Alright. Well, first I'll hit it with his tongue twice.
Go for it.
Because he gets
bud.
2 tongue attacks, baby. He goes.
Ooh, tongue attack.
Okay, first one is a. What do I add to that?
That's my boy.
What do I add to the tongue attack?
It is plus
death.
7 to hit. If you look in the top right,
Okay,
it says
okay.
tongue, melee weapon attack plus 7 to hit. It's in the first
He
line
doesn't
of
do-
text.
He doesn't do DM things.
Have
like
you
these
tried
stat blocks.
reading?
I'm trying to read right now.
So look.
Oh,
you
I
see
found
the
it! I found it! I
tongue-
found it! I found it! Yeah, plus 7 to hit. Okay, that first one is a 12 to hit.
Okay, that misses.
Okay.
Second
Okay.
tongue attack. Ooh, that's even worse.
Okay.
That's 9 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You,
But then I get
So-
to attempt to swallow.
uh-huh.
Yep. 3 attacks.
So
Mhm.
you shoot out your tongue. It misses the first time. The second time, he actually grabs it and starts like pulling you
Whoa!
towards him.
Ah.
Go for your swallow.
The second attack. Oh yeah, while he's grabbing it, that's a dirty 20.
You like reel your tongue in, and he holds on as you drag him into your mouth, and then like and slowly like swallow him in like 3 different like swallows.
And then that's 8
Strength saving
piercing
throw.
damage.
It can resist the swallow.
Not with those rolls.
That's really good. That's
12.
what I see, baby.
Yeah, that doesn't make it. So that's 8 piercing damage, and then
Uh-huh.
It is swallowed.
it takes 20. What's 20?
At the start of
parentheses
your
5d6?
turn.
Oh, gotcha.
It's your turn.
No,
It is my turn.
Oh, it failed to get out?
Yeah.
Okay, so it takes 5d6 acid damage at the start of your turn.
Okay, so let me roll this real quick. 4 plus 2, 6, plus 6, 12,
It's 12.
plus 6, 18, plus 3, 21.
21.
21 points of
21
acid
acid damage.
damage.
Is it 5d6 or 66?
5d6.
5d6. No way. He's still not dead?
No, you got the exact number. He had 21 HP.
Just
I
by the
just
way,
ate
for
this
the
orc.
for the record, Edward just ate an orc.
Yeah.
Oh my
Edward,
god!
The frog
You
just
pull
goes.
him in and just slowly swallow him before he goes down your throat and then just kind of swirls around in this amorphous stomach, and the whole crowd watches as he just disintegrates in your stomach before you're done.
Instead of the quiet yes, because Tarak kind of expected Riniya to win. This is what happens. He the orc stops moving and then it dissolves and Tarak goes, "Ah!" and just calmly takes a seat again.
Edward, you know when the Hulk turns back into Banner? Edward starts walking forward with the toad and just
Yeah.
slowly.
And you're 10 seconds left on it goes away.
And he goes to one knee, and he looks up and says, "So I'm a half-orc."
Tell me he then just throws up a toe.
Ew, that's so messed.
Roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh
Okay,
my
okay.
god!
Oh gosh, that's a 12.
Yeah, you're ushered off, and just before you get out, you throw up 6 fingers and a toe.
Ew!
About 30 seconds later,
Oh, gross.
you spend the next 10 minutes, basically the entirety of the next
You're
fight,
cheering.
just
You're
throwing up.
Oh my god.
You're,
This is
do it,
you're,
It's not worth it. I wish I
Because-
never did that. I don't want to be a half-orc.
you, you spend the next 10 minutes dealing with the fact that the human biology is not the same with this toad, and so
Oh my gosh,
your
I
stomach
have a whole...
cannot handle the whole orc you have inside of you.
Both
and so you
ends,
have to
man.
throw it
It's
up.
both
Oh
ends.
no! Ew!
I would like to apologize for anyone watching the stream today.
A whole new definition to toad soup.
No! Stop! Ew!
I hope it
Bahgtru-
looks better on the inside.
Bahgtru kind of looks at Edward and says, "Well, Edward is a half-orc." It's one.
Naya's helping.
Yeah, it's okay.
Vargan.
Oh, by the way,
uh,
before the cutting words on your last hit, Edward got down to 1. And then with the cutting
Really?
words, he was up to 5. Yeah. So, I mean,
Wow.
with the cutting words, if he would have done 1 more HP, I don't know. It would have been...
Bye, dog.
That was really close.
Well done.
Thank God.
Way to go.
We did it, guys.
You did it.
Worth
I need
it.
a little bit of help, but you did it.
Hey,
Kathyr.
we all need a little bit of help sometimes.
Kathyr.
Riniya, with
You-
permission, is hugging Edward the whole time.
It
Down
goes from
Riniya's
hugging.
back.
It's
It goes
okay.
from hugging to holding his hair.
It's okay.
You know?
It's okay.
I think that was a toss.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't close your eyes.
Eventually, at one point,
dissolve.
a whole cauldron is brought over to you. So you're not just throwing up on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you.
They have these ready. This is a common occurrence.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Kathyr, you at this point,
yeah.
you know what's about to happen. Vargan steps in, kind of nods to you before opening your gate, and you step out. As you step out, very calm and collected, this other orc comes out. One that you know to be a Silage.
Yeah.
As he steps forward, he ducks underneath the top of the cave, and this pit is about 12 feet deep, right? His head is almost to the top of the pit. He's about 11 feet tall.
Why did I have to face the giant?
You picked.
It's the mini boss.
These are the ones that you picked.
Okay, would you rather have had Edward fight him?
That's, that's fair. Okay, you got me there. I wanted
So-
to. I want
so,
Edward to
like,
live.
well,
That's
He
go.
fair.
steps forward, and he steps forward. Yes.
But just for the sake of clarity, can we say that this is the point that I had cast divine favor myself?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he steps forward, and as he is stepping forward, he goes up to the shrine with the broken femur, and you watch as he takes out this rod of iron, slams it into the top of the broken femur where it's shattered, and then pulls the whole femur off
He just
to have this massive great club. As this is going on, yeah, the whole crowd is silent. And you hear Tarak go,
This is the actual. He does have an orcish skull as a mug. This is in character as well.
And this is, you know,
before the whole crowd goes, "Ooh!" as he goes rushing forward
I'm gonna
to
die.
smash you into a pancake. Go ahead and roll initiative for me.
If Edward can live,
I
so
love-
can you.
I don't love the
Natural
count.
20.
I'm gonna die.
Nice.
Shoot,
No, it
my
doesn't make a
my
difference,
initiative
but-
doesn't matter at that point.
Well,
Wait.
no, it does because if you roll higher,
You never
I
know.
can't roll
you have a
higher.
higher dex.
He has a negative
You
one
have a high-
dex.
it.
I have a +1 dex. Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
a
so
negative.
So you have a
dex.
negative dex.
At
Yeah,
most,
so
he could
it's
get a
not.
19.
At most.
DJ, you got a natural 20.
Let's for initiative. It doesn't
Alrighty.
actually matter.
Oh.
It,
Doesn't count.
Kathyr.
every 20 counts.
Every 20 counts.
Okay.
In our
whatever.
20 counts. He
I'm
rushes
making it count
forward.
because I'm a mod.
Whole femur above his head, rushing and slams it down. Let's see if he hits it. Does a 17 hit?
That does not hit, actually.
You know this. You're like, okay, all right, bigger opponent.
All right.
Dex is my thing.
All right.
Dex is my thing. You know, visualization is key. You dive out of the way just at the last moment as this club comes down, cracking the sandstone and leaving a wave of sand spraying over you as you're almost buried in sand from diving off to the side in this disruption of sand. He then drags the club over to kind of like almost bowling ball you, like roll over you.
Oh, wonderful. I love it. You know, it's a great time.
Does a 24 hit?
Yes, that hits me.
I was so hoping that on the first hit, he would like swing and then he would just like, boom, stop it with one hand. Just look super cool. Instead, he took the weak way out and
Dude,
dodged.
I'm not. Okay, I'm fighting a giant, dude.
Yeah, this isn't the first time. The first one you fought had 2 heads.
It's true.
And you
You
cut
take,
off all of its limbs in like one slice.
13 points of slashing damage.
Of slashing damage.
This would be bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
Yes.
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's not
Okay,
that bad. It's not that bad.
Wonderful. Love it.
Nah, we're fine. We're fine.
If it does that,
Why
every
you have to be
turn,
mad?
it's
He's only a joke.
He's
Nice.
only mad
I
with
lose
Lord
my
Flynn.
concentration
Oh,
Crit.
no.
because I rolled a
Oh.
2 on die.
Oh,
Very
no.
nice. That will take us to your turn.
Cool. Love that I wasted a spell slot before it is my turn.
Hey, it was worth the try, though.
All right. Well,
Good thought.
Here's what we're gonna do, boys and girls.
Just because I want to be nice and I know that this guy's gonna be difficult, roll odd or even.
Oh.
I like it.
Odd.
You never cast that spell.
Oh.
You thought better of it.
You
It
know,
was
I-
interrupted by this guy
it was
rushing.
interrupted by the giant roar of death.
Yeah, you're like,
yeah.
hold on, I need time to pray. And they're like, no.
No.
Okay, well.
What?
Here's what I am gonna do.
For all of you who think I'm a mean DM, here you go.
This is your one
Once in a-
grain of
This
rice
is my
that you
one
have
in
been
blue
thrown.
moon. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Gonna, yeah, right, exactly. I'm gonna cast. Okay, so I'm gonna cast command on him.
Okay.
So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Blow it, blow it, blow it. You blew all of the ones for Edward. You can mess this one up.
14.
That fails. It's a DC 15.
Nice.
So so my command. It's a one-word command. I tell him to kneel.
Okay.
Yo.
So then on his turn,
You-
he has to take that action, and that's all he does.
Okay. So on his turn, he has to do it.
Yeah, on his turn, that's what he does.
You remember that whole thing that Edward did for like 10
Yeah.
rounds?
Yeah.
Command is that, but once.
And then, and that was okay. So that's my action. That's first, and then I'm gonna walk. He's next to me, right?
Yeah, he's right on top of you.
Okay,
You're looking
so-
up.
Yeah.
At
okay.
him,
So
You
then,
know, like you don't even come up to his hips.
so then, as a bonus action, I'm going to prep a thunderous smite.
I have a question, Drew.
Yes.
Are you intending this kneel to give him the prone status, or
Yes.
just for
more or
thematics?
less.
It's just a waste of a turn, is what it is.
Well,
Okay, because you like the grovel would tell him to go prone.
oh, well, well, yes, that was my intent. Yes, was him
Yeah.
to go pro.
Okay. Grovel. Got it.
Grovel, sure.
Same.
Grovel. There you go. I said it.
Gosh, Aaron, I love
Kneel
you
just
today.
sounded better in my head, but
Aaron, it is
does.
Valentine's Day.
I just really wanted to make sure that DJ was like, all right, he kneels, and then you're like, all right, so I have advantage, and then he's like, no. And I was like, I know what you were trying to do here, so I just want to be on your side with this one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Aaron, it's Valentine's Day. Love is clearly in the air. And I can say this for the first time ever on probably live. Aaron, I love you.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, that's my turn. That's my action and bonus action.
Pulls this femur up near his head, and you can tell he's like wanting to lift, but his eyes eventually gloss over, and he just like sets it down before getting on his knees and kind of like groveling at your feet. Yeah, he's proud. Go for it.
I would like to attack him, please, DM.
Do it. I dare you.
Okay, all right.
No, I won't. I've already input too much.
And then I'm going to add a second level Divine Smite on top of that.
Okay. I'll use his reaction to attack you as well.
Okay.
That's right. That's a thing that he does. Like a scumbag.
Like a scumbag.
Does an 18 hit you?
18 just hits it.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm gonna do
Get ready for the Paper Dungeon cover of "Can You Feel the Love Tonight?" Released probably never.
Maybe someday.
It'll just be a single time in a Discord chat. We're gonna sing it, not record it.
It's a
gonna be
live
the whole
show.
thing. Da-da-da-da-da. The world was imperfect harmony.
Oh my god.
Imagine the animated music video.
Oh yeah,
With
it's
our
just Tarak
characters.
hair flowing dramatically in the wind.
Yes.
For some reason, he's on a rock with like the white shirt that's like unbuttoned and blowing, like in the wind.
Yeah.
The like water crashes behind him. It's like,
Edward's magically
Andrew?
casting gust.
yeah,
Andrew. Andrew. Drewy.
Dad.
Drew. Andrew.
I think
He's
he's
going over there.
he's
He
doing
has to
math. Hold on.
sneeze.
The calculator app stopped working.
It's really hard to tell if he has to sneeze or if he's doing math. How?
Oh, I was legitimately about to dump this on my head because I thought it was water.
That is 26 points of damage.
Okay.
With and as he basically just a huge clap of thunder just erupts from the blow because of the thunder smite.
You crack at his shoulder, which causes him to immediately snap out of this, and he rushes forward, and he just grabs your whole torso.
I
and
have a second
squeezes
attack.
and crushes. I know you have a second attack.
Oh,
He
that's
still
your
has his
reaction. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I forgot he
it's
has
his
reaction.
reaction.
That's right.
You take 18 points of
Ouch.
bludgeoning damage.
Nice. That hurts. I don't like that.
Now you're being squeezed. Go for it.
Okay. Second attack. He's still theoretically prone, right? He hasn't gotten up.
No.
'Cause-
No.
It sounded like a soundboard.
That's
Nothing. Moving on.
Keep going.
sure.
But he's-
Sure.
he's
Let's
still-
say he's still pro.
Yeah.
He hasn't gotten.
He better not have. That takes half his movement on his turn. God dang.
Okay, well, that was really close. It was an idea on that. I'm gonna divine smite again.
Do it.
At a level.
What'd you get to hit?
Still. Still.
It's a 19 on die, so
Yeah, that hits.
so a 30 to hit.
That's right. That's my boy.
We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna
Smite.
do another first level.
Smite. No. Smite. No.
Remember to send
Smite.
emotes in the chat, everybody.
Smite. Night. Smite. Night. Smite. Night.
Are you
Smite.
ready
Night.
to rumble?
Smite. Night. Smite. Night. Smite. Night.
Okay,
Smite.
so that
Night.
is-
Smite. Night.
Hold on,
Smite.
we gotta do
Night.
the
Smite. Night. Smite. Night.
That's what the
Okay,
orcs are
again,
chanting right now.
Yeah.
19.
Turns out the other orc is a paladin.
Night.
That's a
Smite.
That's another 26 points of damage.
It's 26.
Nice.
And then as a
6 rounds is all it's gonna take, boys.
and then as a bonus action,
Go for the femur.
I'm going to cast.
Tries to pick up like the ceremonial femur.
Wrong femur.
I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Throw Edward's vomit in
That's a
his
bonus
eyes.
action, right?
That's a bonus action, yes.
Ew.
Very nice.
And
That was one of the
God.
crowd.
Great. You crack with one side, crack on the other side. Both of his shoulders have these massive lacerations as he kind of like looks up, slams one hand into the ground and the other, pulling himself up, picking up the femur bigger than you. 21 to hit.
Idle stance.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Natural 20.
I love how quickly
no,
DJ
stop.
snaps in and out of
Wait,
character.
that was another natural. I'm not happy.
All right, first attack.
You got it. You're
Uh,
good. You're good.
You take 14 points of piercing damage.
Oh.
I'm just waiting for DJ to say,
16.
I'm gonna Divine Smite. 3rd level.
I want it.
26. You take 30 points of slashing damage on the second attack.
That's not bad. That's fine.
Or bludgeoning damage, excuse me, not slashing.
Well,
Yo,
boys,
Kathyr.
we were worried about Edward dying.
Gather. He
I'm
lifts
not
up, and
doing
you see
good.
it coming. You see it coming. He swings, slamming down, and you barely get out of the way, but it just manages to like catch your foot as you feel almost your whole foot shatter.
What's
from
it
the
with
first
you
attack.
and breaking your foot?
Yeah, and
always
me
the
and
foot.
shoulders, you and feet.
Exactly.
I lose concentration
As-
on Shield of Faith, by the way.
Okay.
Oof.
As your foot shatters,
It's okay. I'm not gonna
you
last
like
that long anyway.
turn and you're like, and then you like turn back as he steps forward and knees you in the chest, launching you back, and you slam against the back wall.
Fine, you can heal yourself that 40 damage.
Yeah.
This guy reminds me of Bane. Not the spell.
Yeah.
Like the guy.
This is gonna be really unfortunate here, boys.
You
Alright.
got it. You got it.
Question,
Question,
Kathy.
which wall does he get slammed into?
It's a
This is
circle.
the wall near me.
The wall. No.
Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah, I knew it wasn't.
well,
Figured
I'm
It's a
That's-
at
circle.
never
It's
mind.
all one wall.
15 HP.
That's easy.
Yeah.
You're great.
You're
He's at
fine.
like what, 20?
Probably
Yeah.
more than that. Probably more than that. So I'm gonna use
DJ.
using my aura. I'm gonna bonus action lay on hands myself for 40.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
get
good,
in there.
Good. Bonus
Back up to
action. Very
55.
nice.
And then, as an action, I'm wasting all my spells, and they're not even on Divine Smites.
Good.
Cause like, well, I'm not gonna last in this fight, dude.
That.
Not with that
It's fine. You
attitude.
can get at least
Have
2 of
faith,
your spell
Mr.
slots back with your
Paladin.
channel divinity.
Yeah. If I have, yeah.
It's cool. You and Death are homies.
I'm
Gosh,
going
break is
to.
soon, too.
Okay, let's see.
Hit him with your sword.
I'm
With
gonna
the sword.
save my action to revivify myself.
I would like to cast Revivify and set it on a timer for roughly 15
I'm
seconds.
gonna
I'm gonna go to the
put it
bathroom.
right
Okay,
here.
Okay.
And then fall
I know
into
what I
it.
wanna do. Okay, yeah. Nope.
I
I'm
am
gonna
the
do the
DM.
thing I thought I was gonna do.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Blink.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
Ooh.
spell.
Just leave the arena.
You're like,
Leave.
I've decided I don't want to participate in this.
Just starts.
Have a good night, everybody. I will catch y'all on the flip side. I'm just gonna
Catherine's gonna call
Just
us.
fun with your leg. It's,
See you
Good
later,
time.
boys and girls.
it'll be a great time, guys. Have fun with your names.
Bye.
Where do you go with
It's
your
good to see you.
All right.
Blink as you go into another
I
dimension.
ran in
So,
my mini
okay,
fridge.
so basically, for those who don't know, at the end of my turn, I roll d20. If I roll an 11 or higher, I disappear at the end of my turn. And then at the beginning of my next turn, I reappear within within 10 feet of the space I vanished from.
Oh, that's cool.
And it lasts
You're
for a
casting
minute.
Blink.
I'm
I want you to know, I got into the bathroom, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna cast Blink," and I was like, "Nice."
Nice.
Nice.
To myself, I was like, yeah, that's a good one. Because for those who don't know, Drew is playing an Oath of Destiny Paladin, which is a homebrew paladin that we specifically created for this campaign. And I remember when we made it, I was like, you know what would be awesome? If a paladin had the blink spell. This is what I want all along.
So
we're making it happen.
On my turn, I kind of take a moment and I grasp my holy symbol, and kind of this kind of light, almost purpley kind of energy seems to help heal and rejuvenate myself. And then after a moment, I just get like enveloped in like misty shadow, and then Kathyr disappears.
You know the meme where the person just goes, and then they like just fade out with a meow.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
You watch as Solage rushes forward and slams into where you were. And then he like pulls the thing back and like looks where you were, and like checks the mace, and like pulls, and kind of like looks around.
he's been atomized.
He like turns to Bahgtru and is just like,
Trek goes, give it a second. Like 6 seconds.
he's gonna hold his action to hit you when you show back up if you're within range.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. He looks over at Tarak and sees that and is just like,
Is he coming? Is he coming?
I wasn't talking to you.
yeah.
All right.
Welcome back, Kathyr.
Cool. Yep. And then at the beginning of so then I reappear. Would I theoretically have advantage because he's like I've
Yeah, I'll give you advantage.
Cool.
He's gonna swing at you.
I have a question, DJ. What's the range on his weapon?
5 feet.
5 feet. So you said that when he reappears, if he is within range, you make the attack, and you can choose to appear within 10 feet.
Well, but see, the
last
thing is,
location.
I'm also a melee person, Aaron. So,
Well, I mean, yeah, but you can just move after you reappear.
I mean, that's
Big brain plays.
well. See,
Wording.
but see, if
I've got him on the technicalities.
If I reappear within melee range and then move, he just gets an opportunity attack on me anyway.
No, you appear 10 feet, and then you move 5 feet
and then
closer.
you walk
And then move
5
into
feet
range.
into melee range.
Oh, would I still theoretically,
here's him.
would I still
So here's the
theoretically
enemy.
have advantage?
Well, no, why would you have
what-
advantage in the first place?
You wouldn't have advantage at that point. I was gonna give him advantage for the surprise.
Yeah,
but
because
you wouldn't
I'm
have
surprising
advantage.
him.
You won't
I
have
mean, if
advantage.
you want to take
but
the hit, you can take the hit.
If
now,
okay, well, if
does-
the
is
DM
it 10 feet from where you were?
10 feet from where I was, yes.
So technically, be 5 feet.
I love doing stuff like this. I'm sorry, everyone.
Technically-
This is just who I am.
That's just
So-
who I am.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
So we're just gonna pull out.
Maybe
grid
it's
here real
natural.
quick. Okay. So each one of these is a 5-foot square, right?
Uh huh.
And Soulage is in the middle one.
Uh huh.
Okay.
Those are
And it'd be
squares.
10 feet. Grant. So if you were in this middle one, 10 feet over would be 2 squares. Okay. I just had to visualize it for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
So okay, well, if that's the case, if I can avoid getting attacked, I would rather do that.
You reappear and he swings, and you just kind of like stand there and watch it go by.
Get wrecked, buddy.
And then I just calmly approach, and I'm gonna take my 2 attacks at him.
Alright. You watch as there's almost like this supernatural fear as orcs don't teleport, and that's what like undead things do. Like that's
Most
that's some
orcs
spooky
don't
It seems
teleport.
pretty undead, my
We
guy.
dabble.
Oh, okay. All right. I like these.
That's a good one.
Pretty
I like
okay.
that. That sounds like a good number.
So one.
Come on, natural 20.
So I just rolled 2. I put 2 of my attacks, and one of them is a natural 20. The other is an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Cool.
Does Tarak do
So
that?
on the
Natural 21st.
yeah, natural 20
Yes.
first. I'm going to divine smite at 3rd level.
Drac is
Uh-huh.
not sitting. He's like slightly raised above the chair in like a crouch. Just, oh!
So then okay. So
Edward,
that's
Edward looks up
Two.
over like the little like lip, and he's like,
You got it.
Just punch him in the face.
He's doing
Good job, Kat.
Edward. Yeah, he's doing great. Go, okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
plus this.
I think I'm all...
My favorite part of the paper dungeon is us making filler content while Drew counts damage.
every time.
I'm gonna give
be
you a
fair,
calculator
Drew-
for your birthday.
there. He does have like 8 dice he has to roll. Plus he has to figure out what the total of all those dice was before he rolls them.
Oh no,
To be
basic
fair.
addition.
I mean, yeah, but it's just a lot.
It's
Let me
every
defend
D&D
him.
player's worst nightmare.
So,
Those 8th graders are trembling.
Let's see, plus 28 plus
Yep.
7.
Uh-huh.
No, wait, no.
Uh-huh.
we need to have the paper dungeon release like practice
7.
addition tables like you
Hey,
did on
ah.
the table.
36
Can
plus
we make
additional...
a GIF that is him doing
Okay, let's
like,
see.
counting
36
math and
plus
then just put the, like-
42.
And then put the like.
Is-
77.
Thank you.
No,
so like
Yeah, I know
beautiful lines
exactly
on
what
this.
you're talking about.
78
Yes.
points of damage on the crit.
Can do. Maybe.
78 points of damage.
Yes, 78 points of damage on the crit.
Yes.
Alright. Second attack.
Second attack. I'm going to Divine Smite at 2nd level.
Uh-huh.
I think that's like more than 3 times Edward's strongest hit.
Actually, oh wait,
Yeah, that's
DM.
a pretty
Actually,
low bar.
DM. Could I do this instead? Would you allow me to bonus action, recover a spell slot, and then have my second attack come in?
No.
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 Even though you can technically break up you can attack, do something, and then attack again. Technically.
I mean, you can, but you've already declared the attack. I'm
Okay.
with you on this
Yeah,
one.
fair. I'd be fair. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So I Divine Smite at 2nd level for the second attack.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then...
That
Um,
was spot on, Aaron.
Look, I'm not gonna say that I have perfect pitch because I don't.
17,
but I'm an excellent mimic.
17 plus...
Aaron's a mimic.
I've been a mimic the whole time. I'm not sure if anyone knew.
It's canonical now.
Now
This
it's
mug is
time.
my phylactery. I'm a
24
mimic
points
lich.
of damage on the second attack, and just to add some flavor on top of all of it, I'm going to use my Channel Divinity to add an extra 9 points of radiant
Oh.
damage to make
Yeah,
that.
Ooh.
Sorry. We'll get back to that in a second. But the reason why is because for extra attack, you can attack twice instead of just once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. So both attacks have to happen because it's one action. It's 2 attacks in one action.
I can pull up a thing later that'll prove you wrong, but yeah, let's go with that.
Anyway, but the second attack total is, shoot, I had the number, because it was 17, 24, 33 points of damage on the second attack.
So, Drew, what flavor text do you want to kill this guy with?
Oh, perfect. So I picture, after he reappears from the blink spell, watches the club just pass by inches from his nose as he just stands there stoically. He just slowly re-unsheaths his blade and walks forward, and
Resheaths blade,
well,
unsheaths it for the dramatic effect.
well, I kind of figured that he ended up sheathing it when he healed himself and disappeared.
Sure.
I like it.
Anyway.
Yeah,
I
we'll
like
go
it.
for it.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Ethereal plane. He's like, oh, this is gonna look so sick.
Yes.
Wait
yes,
until
he
Tarak
did.
gets a load of this one.
Oh boy,
And-
this is gonna be
and
animated later.
As he approaches with the crit, he swings. At first, he comes in high before purposely kind of jutting down to one knee and slashing through the orc's kneecaps, causing him to fall down and buckle over.
Ew.
Riniya throws up. On Edward. Edward throws up.
As
Pats her on the
Kathyr
back.
stands to his full height, probably still not reaching to this guy's head, even on his knees. He just puts a single hand on his chest and says, "You fought valiantly." As he just plunges the blade into his heart.
Yes! Yes, Kathyr! This better kill him.
And as this happens, from the center of his blade, oh my goodness, Grant! From the center of his blade, a faint kind of grayish blue glow happens as his body just slowly begins to decay into ash and dust. Before he then resheaths his blade, gives a slight bow to both the orc and the rest of the crowd.
The orcs don't know how to react. Like, okay, the other two killed, some puny orcs. Okay, Salaj was the champion of champions amongst these orcs. They all sit there in silence before
Yup,
turning
that's
to Bashuk.
Kathyr.
And Bashuk
Oh, so
slowly stands and bows to you, Kathyr. We were all proven wrong. You are all orcs in our eyes.
Tarak is giving Bashuk the most like, you're an absolute idiot, and I was right this whole time, and I had complete confidence in that fact throughout this entire experience. Look, possible.
He shoots you like a death glare.
I wink.
With that wink, for Valentine's Day, we're gonna go over to our break. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes.
We
Find
did
yourself some
it!
love, get some drinks, get some candy. Everything's gonna be
Complete
good.
confidence the whole time.
We'll
gang.
be back in just a few minutes.
Not a
Don't
moment
go
of fear.
anywhere.
I love Drew
It's
just
been great.
holding the victory.
I hate the fact that you ruined it.
We
welcome back. We are having a great time.
Happy Valentine's
I think there's,
Day.
like, 19 of us, and
I love you, DJ.
if you love me, you quit interrupting me.
Oh no.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's
Again.
Day. We're just kidding. There's actually a lot
I
of love
really
between us.
love you, DJ.
I love you very much, Trip.
That was funny because I interrupted you.
I know. I noticed, but I'm gonna be, part of love is patience, forgiveness, understanding, and so I will choose not to hate you in this moment, only because I've
This
loved you for
moment.
10 years.
Oh,
So
that's
it.
the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
That makes one of us.
Me choosing not to hate you because we've been friends for 10 years. Anyway, welcome back. Our intrepid heroes have survived their one-on-one encounters with massive, hulking, Goliath-sized or bigger orcs. At this point, the crowd, the like 6 or 7 orcs that are here that weren't participating, have all begun to kind of disperse and head back to their different endeavors. And you guys are kind of just left. It's like, cool, you're good. Bye.
Yep.
What
Track.
would you guys like to do?
Walks over to the pit of the vomit pit. That's its
Ew.
designated name.
Mhm.
It's a pit specifically for people throwing up.
I go, hey, gang, you guys did great out there. I had complete confidence. Good work.
Pat Edward on the back.
You're doing
Oh.
great out there.
That hurt.
At this point, Edward, you're starting to feel a little less queasy.
Is this a
You know,
pinky?
I'm still pale though. Very
Yeah.
pale.
Riniya's shoulder is missing. It's like,
Hey, you did great out there. That was clean work.
yeah.
That was clean work.
Yeah.
Kathyr, I was like, oh crap, but you totally nailed it.
Yeah, got the one lucky hit in there.
No, that was skill. That was skill. Luck is just as much a skill
Not
as
luck,
anything
it's
else.
fate.
Right.
So what
Okay,
do we
let's not
get?
go too
Do
far.
we get a certificate or like a pendant or something so we
Nope.
don't
Yeah,
have
what
to do this
happens
again?
now?
You can keep this pinky.
Bring it off.
I don't know if you want to do that, Edward.
Pockets, do you want it?
Toss it
We're
like
going to have to
a
prove.
chicken nugget.
Yeah, he eats it like a chicken nugget. Just more like a
Right.
chicken
We'd have
wing
to
where he's kind of like
prove-
stripping the meat off. But
So, Tarak, what happens now?
We leave. I mean, we can actually probably sleep here if we want to, but take a
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
hot 5-0 to get a rest in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in a lot of pain.
how long a nap do we want to take?
I mean, that's up to you
I'd-
guys.
I'd like a big one.
Like a
I'd like a
full
big one.
full nap?
Can't
I
go
used a
much
lot of
farther.
magic today.
Yes, same.
And my shoulder is gone.
Here. And what? Oh dear.
I
Do
can
you want to
hardly
help me
Pockets?
think?
I
Pockets-
got it. Don't
Pockets crawls up Renaya's leg, and then he goes and he sits in the hole in her shoulder. He just kind of like fits.
Oh.
Pockets, that really stings, but you're really cute, so I'll let it
He
slide.
just like pats her face.
Is
Yeah.
Ginger
This is,
around?
this is how it gets away with things.
If you let them be cute all the time, you gotta be disciplined.
Ginger was with Kathyr. Kathyr teleported away, and there was just a squirrel in the arena. Just like, oh.
We're gonna say that Ginger was with Tarak.
Yeah, sure. She's a willing
Aw.
creature, I guess.
Yep, I go, where did this squirrel come from? I didn't even notice
I'll
it.
take that. I'll
Wow,
take that, yeah.
stealthy squirrel.
Hand that back to Kathyr.
Where we sleep.
Where's the priestess lady?
Oh, we do not want to sleep anywhere near her.
No, I was gonna ask her if there were if she knew a place that we could sleep.
Hey, DM.
Mhm.
I'm not particularly familiar with shrines.
Uh-huh.
Like in a normal orcish camp, you kind of just set up wherever you can find shelter.
Mhm.
Is that pretty much the same policy? Like you're good to go pretty much anywhere, or
It's very similar. So if you guys remember, there's like little like half divots carved into the sandstone around you that kind of make like these almost like mini amphitheaters. It's kind of the shape of them. And some of them are being taken up by like tables and chairs and places for orcs to like eat and sit and commune. Others are taken up by like shrine specific things. And then there are others that are just completely empty, where you can see that there are some orcs that are like turned away, sleeping and doing all this different stuff. It's kind of like a hostel. Just do what you're gonna do.
Pretty much anywhere. Just pop a squat and go to sleep.
Do we want to do watches?
I don't know why we'd need to tell time.
I
Have
meant,
some.
I meant like I can stay up and work on patching up my shoulder, and then Kathyr and I can switch. And...
Yeah, I'm feeling great. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it'd be smart if at least maybe, yeah, if we had somebody just keeping an eye out, making sure that nothing.
Well, if one of you wants to join me, that's fine. I can stay up. I'm good. I'm so hyped up on adrenaline right now. I don't think I could sleep if I wanted to.
That's fair.
Right. Well, the adrenaline has worn off of myself, so I'm gonna hit the bed if Riniya, unless you wanted to do it first.
I'll stay up with Tarak. I should probably do something about this to help it.
About that. Yes.
I'll do that.
Looks horrible.
Also, Edward, can I have my ring back?
Edward, you're muted, by the way.
Edward,
we can't hear
I know
you,
that your voice
Grant,
is
we can't
incredibly
hear you
hoarse.
because you're muted.
Oh my gosh, I've said so many things. I've said so many things.
No.
It's okay.
You were just muted for the last 10 seconds. We were ignoring you earlier.
Oh, okay, good.
No, I'm kidding.
He says, "Oh, okay." He says, "I'm sorry, it's bloody."
That's okay. A lot of me is bloody, so.
Edward,
And
why
also
did you take
earlier,
Riniya's
Edward
ring?
said, so Tarak said, we'll watch the whole time. And then Edward said, what, you're going to pull out a J.R. Collins or something? Which is a callback to like the 3rd episode or something
like
like
the 3rd episode.
So
well done.
I just wanted to throw that in there. Because I was
I'm
like-
impressed with your memory.
sorry, it's bloody.
Hey, Grant.
It's okay.
Campaign 3, I would like you to play J.R. Collins, the Immortal Watchmaker.
I would love that.
I suppose
that
it can happen because Aaron's DMing campaign 3, so.
Whoa,
is
that a
Is
leak?
official
Is that a
confirmed?
leak?
Official confirmed.
We'll never know.
We'll talk.
We're not
never
making.
know.
We'll
it to
see if
campaign.
we're ever even gonna make it to
I'm
campaign
sorry
3.
for derailing this.
Okay.
Derailed is so hard.
So,
But-
Tarak and Riniya, you guys are taking watch.
Yeah.
Great.
Does anybody
I'm-
have any healing magics?
Yeah, come here.
I have a hole in my belly.
I know. I'm going to use a Ruat on Edward.
Very nice.
Bonk bonk.
I like to imagine that Ruat heals people by you just hit him with it as hard as it can, but for some reason it doesn't hurt. Like it just heals them instead of it does reverse damage.
You get
You guys.
what 11
Oh my
hit points
gosh, this
back.
is gonna
Thank
be
you.
That basic
freaking-
addition.
Oh, it helps.
I'm gonna
It's a
be
freaking
hot
process.
tonight.
He was at 5.
And then the sleep should get the rest.
Yeah, you just go
Kathyr,
to sleep.
I'll follow you. Find a
Go
spot to sleep.
sleep.
I lead them to an alcove of some kind.
Yeah, Riniya's just gonna work on trying to best prepare her shoulder to heal over the night.
Pockets is licking it currently.
Okay, please stop licking it. That's not. I don't think that's not good for it. Please stop.
You know, what's incredibly beneficial is that you've injured your shoulder so bad before that now the nerves are so dead that you can handle that.
I know, right? It's pretty
Like,
helpful.
I mean, yeah,
This poor shoulder.
terrible, but like you're
Right.
not going to be able to use
I'd
that
rather
shoulder
have
in
just
like
one
10
bad
years.
shoulder than two bad shoulders, you know.
That is very fair. It's better to take it all on one than
One and then.
shift the burden.
I
Yeah,
mean, I have two for a reason, right?
exactly. That's a very orcish ideology.
Well, I am.
You're doing great.
I am earning it, so.
Yeah, shouldn't have had to, but
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe more would happen when we finished, but.
no, these are the breakers of Bahgtru. They don't. They break things. They don't do like talking or mind
So,
things.
are we gonna have to do that with every orc
No.
we encounter? Okay.
No, sure hope not.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I can do that every time.
Shouldn't have happened this time, but
Okay.
you know what are you gonna do?
Okay,
You did great though. Good work.
thanks.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the breakers. It was incredibly unfortunate that this was the shrine that we ended up at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
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 Cool.
So,
We do our thing.
go ahead and just make perception checks.
18.
8.
Nice. For the most part, it's pretty chill. Orcs come and go, sleep. Bashuk does approach after a couple of hours with a couple little. They're Aaron, you recognize them to be like sand rat femurs that have been broken and then strung a string through. She approaches. These will prove that you are orcs. Whatever. She just drapes one over you.
Huh?
Just kind of throws them on the
Cool.
sleeping
Yeah,
people.
and then throws one onto Kathyr and Edward before like giving the faintest bit of like a respectful nod, and then just leaves.
So that's cool. That's pretty cool.
So,
Nice.
anything else you guys are gonna do on your way?
I
Awesome.
think I'm good.
Perfect. After about 4 hours, Kathyr, you begin to come out of it, ready to go, and the other two fell asleep. Anything you want to do on your watch, Kathyr?
I would like to not die. That is my goal.
Well, you're
Okay.
already on the right track.
So
Odd or even?
Man, young heart attacks.
Oh my
Those are
gosh.
rough.
You actually got even. Well done.
Stressful.
okay.
Yep.
do
You
I
spend
need
your
to
4
make
hours?
a perception check.
No.
No.
Don't even worry about it. Nope.
I
You
rolled
spend
a
your 4
1.
hours, and everybody comes to rise and awake. You guys all kind of wipe the sleep out of your eyes to see the dim interior lit portion of this shrine to Bahgtru, the pit off in the distance, orcs kind of roaming about. None of them really paying you all mind. They really don't care that you're here or exist. Yeah. What would you guys like to do?
We should probably head out.
Yeah, keep
Start.
on keeping on.
Yep. Running east.
No.
Yeah. Edward or not Edward? Oh my goodness, Tarak. Do you
Yeah.
have an estimate as to how much farther we need to go?
Probably longer than a day, less than a month.
All right. then.
Two words.
Days.
2 syllables.
Okay.
2
Well,
days.
I
2
suppose
days. 2 days.
2 days.
I would say about a day to the Pillars of Duyrn, another day to get to the Orcish tribe.
All right. That's not bad.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Also, what am I supposed to do with these? As he holds up like the necklace.
It's you.
Oh.
It's you, Nook.
Yeah. Some tribes will see that and be like, oh dang. Other tribes will be like, well, those are bones.
Edward is leaning against the wall, kind of by where he's sitting with his knees up with his little journal. And he says, oh, that's what the bones are for? To show us, or to show the other orcs that we're orcs?
That you dealt with the
thank
at
the
a shrine of
gods.
Bog. It's kind of
Oh,
like,
thank the gods.
you know how in the 90s you could go to special events and they would give you like limited edition pogs
Yeah.
or like milk slammers? It's like
Right.
that, except they're the bones of a dead animal.
Edward writes for a little bit, and then he gets up. He looks sore, and he undoes his cloak. He kind of tied it around his belly really tight at night because it was literally a hole. And so he kind of takes that off. It's like
You
stained
see
with
his
blood. And
rippling
slips it on.
abs. The Pilates.
Actually,
They're not quite like washboard yet, but they're starting to come in. Like there's faint lines.
And he puts on his vest again, and he like kind of puts on his cloak. He says, "All right, well, if we're going to head out, might as well do it now
Yep.
I wouldn't
Let's
mean-
get
while it's
running.
still cool outside."
Run. We have to run.
Oh yeah,
No,
we're making
Oh,
double time
please.
today, everybody.
All
We
right,
lost
let's
so
go.
much time.
Tarak, please.
I make sure to
You
refill
guys-
everyone's water and everything like that, and
Okay.
Hydrate or dehydrate.
eat six
right.
times the amount of food that I need
Right.
to survive.
That's right. Good.
Good thing
Yeah,
I
it's
can eat
horrifying.
30 pounds of food.
It's horrifying.
It's terrifying watching him eat. He's like a ravished, like, honey badger.
Oh,
Like it's terrifying.
honey badgers, the fiercest creatures.
The most
Dude,
Not
Honey
rabid,
wrong,
badgers
they
are
are
terrifying.
terrifying.
They're
Scary.
terrifying,
Honey
man.
badgers.
known for being
Terrifying.
very hungry.
And vicious and mean.
Honey badger
Uh,
don't care.
Honey badger don't care, man. You know.
It's-
You know the.
I would like to
you know-
change the name of our group to the Honey Badgers.
You know the saying, be like a duck and just let the all your worries flow off you like
Like,
water.
yeah,
on
water
duck's
off the
feathers.
duck's back.
I like honey badger better. Just be like a honey badger and don't care. You know.
Just devour.
I think it makes
If
less
you're in
sense,
danger,
but I'm
kill
into
the
it.
enemy. Honey Badger.
Exactly. Honey badger. Hey man, sometimes you just got honey badger. You know. HB the. You know.
I feel pretty
Uh,
honey badgered
I
right
don't
now.
like this.
Let's go. Come
We're
You
running.
guys
on. I'll go.
leave the
Honey.
shrine.
Gosh.
Feel
and
the
it
burn
goes
in your
from-
calves.
Oh, I
It
feel
goes-
it.
It goes from this very nicely lit kind of dim lighting inside the shrine to stepping out onto kind of the deck, and once again immediately being blinded, half of you forgetting there's sunshades and they're and frantically trying to get your sunglasses on just so you can see and not be burned, and
Remember
then all
to
of you
reapply your dragon flower.
immediately start sweating again as well.
Don't eat it.
You drag the aloe of the dragon flower over your skin and face and neck, basically any exposed areas, and then begin making your way back into.
Riniya, could you get my
Remember to
you
get your
guys-
philtrum.
Yep.
Thanks.
You guys spend the next couple of hours slowly making your way. You start jogging, very quickly realize that that's just as fast as walking because it's sand and dunes and everything, except for Tarak. Tarak knows how to actually run in the wastes,
I'm just gonna
and
walk.
so he quickly
Hold
makes
on, hold on.
ground on you guys.
To be
before
fair, Kathyr
Great.
would also know how to run on sand.
Are you kidding? Cathyr's like Baywatch.
True, Kathyr is like Baywatch. So
You
Kathyr and
guys go
Tarak
ahead.
take off.
I'll make sure we don't
Edward
find any
and
cover
Riniya are
lumpers.
quickly left behind. Yeah, cocoa lumpers.
Should we
You
tell
know,
them?
it's a paladin thing, really.
Should we tell them that
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can't
it's-
go that fast?
It's part of the paladin regiment.
They'll
Yeah,
they'll
yeah.
figure it out.
You have to be able to run on sand to be a
It's-
paladin.
It's the
it's
paladin's
part of the-
secret ability.
it's-
It's not
yeah.
written in the text.
Yeah, it's our 5th level aura. You know,
Yeah,
the ability to
but
run
runs
on
on
sand.
sand. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Riniya,
Up.
you want to know a tip that Tarak told me?
What?
It's all about controlling the breathing.
Okay. Are you having a hard time breathing or?
Track runs
It's-
backwards.
I'm out of breath is all.
Oh,
Come on,
okay.
slowpokes. You got it. Pick up the pace.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I can't go faster.
Yes, you can. You gotta believe.
Tarak is that hit instructor who's way too strong to be teaching this level of people, and is doubling the reps.
Renae's linked arms with Edward and is dragging him behind her now.
You guys spend the next couple of hours, the good first half of the day, making your way through the sand. And at this point, the Pillars of Duyrn are beginning to actually change. They're beginning to grow and expand as you guys rapidly make progress on them, which they haven't been for the last several days. As you guys begin to approach, I'll have everyone roll a perception check.
Hey,
19.
19.
19?
What's funnier than 24?
25!
25.
After everyone can see everything, what did you get?
17.
Nice. Yeah, you guys are walking, hanging out, chilling. You see one dragonflower pass by it, give it a wide berth. And another one pass by it, give it a wide berth.
Begins to get increasingly concerned.
Yeah, as you guys keep moving forward in a straight line towards the Pillars of Duyrn, you notice that you are rapidly approaching a field of dragon flowers. at least a couple hundred spread out in front of you, all 5, 10, 15 feet apart from each other. What would you like to do?
We don't have good history with things like this.
Well, we got a couple of choices. How long would it take us to go around?
Make a survival check.
Ooh. 9.
It's hard to tell. You can't quite see, like, as the desert heat waves kind of distort your vision towards the end of it. You can't quite tell how far it is on either side. At least half a day.
At least half a day added to the journey. Do we want to take that, or do you just want to go through? Like, I feel like we're kind of on a time clock here.
How big of a blast radius do these things have?
Pretty big.
Pretty big? Like a
Kathyr, based off of what you know that if you guys were to blow up one of these, there's a high potential that you could blow up the entire field.
Oh. Okay. Why don't we just do that? And then just go with your after.
Make an intelligence check, Drew.
I mean,
Honestly, not a bad idea. It's...
just straight intelligence?
Yeah.
9.
Okay. You say that, and you're like, 30 to 400 bombs going off. What's the heat wave that would come off of that? And how hot would that be?
Also,
Probably not a
even if we-
good
It's
amount.
fine. We all have resistance to fire damage.
Okay, no.
It doesn't
Two
matter
of
if
us
you
have
take-
resistance
No.
to fire
Yeah.
damage.
We just
The other
have
two have
aloe.
resistance to extreme heat. Very different. Also,
And if you
it
take
will
400 points of fire damage, have that to 2 in half, it's still 200 points of fire damage.
it will alert every creature in the known world.
Well, it's just less likely that we'll die if we go around.
I mean, I can't guarantee that, but it would mean that we wouldn't theoretically die from these.
You know what?
I vote
say
we go
let's
around.
just go through it. Oh.
All right, that's
Just looks
one
at
vote for
Riniya.
each side. Kathyr, straight through or around. I know that you are incredibly dexterous, skilled with your feet,
I mean, like
an incredible dancer.
how bad is it? Like how close together can these things grow?
I watched someone get atomized once.
Okay.
What does that mean?
They no longer exist.
We navigated the field of fire, and
No,
that
we
one.
didn't. No, we didn't.
We're alive, aren't we?
We completely failed.
And guess what?
Okay.
To
Guess what
navigate
else?
the fire.
Guess what
on
else?
this one.
We're half-orcs now, too.
Okay, wait.
That
so
does
Riniya,
not
wanna
give you a
go- wanna
resistance to
go
death.
Through or around?
I think we go through.
I say we
think
go
around.
through.
do
We
it.
save time.
I think
You're
we
the
got it.
tiebreaker, Kathyr.
I
What do
just
you
think
moment
that-
Here's
you
the
hear an
deal.
explosion.
If we don't go, here's what's gonna happen. If we don't through it, we're gonna go around it, and then we're gonna encounter something else horrible.
I
All
mean,
right.
She's got a fair point with that.
So
But if we
here's
go
the
through it,
thing.
we... Oh, gosh.
I think we go through it, and the moment you hear any explosion, you just run as fast as you can forward. If you run faster than the explosions, you won't die.
Okay,
So I really hope that you've worked on her running up until this point.
I've been saving my energy for it.
Good. Let's rock, but gently.
All right.
Really don't want to blow up.
None
That's
of us do.
preferable.
It just starts walking forward.
You guys begin to make your way through this field of dragon flowers. It's interesting because the physical challenge of it is less than going through the Burning Lands, but the mental challenge of it is a little bit more stressful. Where in the Burning Lands, you had a very narrow path that you had to follow, or else you'd get burned. But each pillar of fire didn't affect the other pillars of fire. And so even if you stepped off, it was like, okay, you got burned by one. That really sucked. Get back on the path. Keep going. This one, you have wider berth on a lot of these. You just have to make sure you don't touch them, and you can avoid some of the more closely knit ones and kind of stay between some of the ones that are further apart. But you also know that if you touch one of these, you all die, basically. And so the physical versus mental challenge is the big difference. I'm gonna have everybody go ahead and make a survival check for me for navigation.
Okay.
I would also like to state, Tarak says,
Edward, you've got point on this.
What? What do you mean?
You go first.
Really?
You've
Edward,
got smoothest feet, and it's your namesake.
And the whole goal is just to stay away from these things, right?
Yep, don't touch them.
Okay.
Who could best use guidance?
I'm gonna say probably. Oh, cool. If it was Dex, I would say Kathyr.
I'm fine right now. My roll's good.
I'm going to give it to Kathyr.
I'm trying to just figure out.
Oh yeah,
which
he's
dice
not very
to roll.
dexterous, is he? Wait, is that survival?
It's
This is, no.
survive, but
Drew, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
Okay.
Okay.
With the
Was
guidance?
that with guidance?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And Grant, what'd you get?
I got a 22.
Okay. And Renee?
19.
17 from Tarak.
17. Okay. And then I'll have everybody go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw as well.
Okay.
Everyone
Does
gets a
this-
+3.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh.
Do we still have the boon from the shrine or no?
No, you guys are more than a mile
Okay.
away.
Figured.
And what'd you get, Kathyr?
16.
16? Edward?
6.
Okay. Trek?
26 for me.
And Renee?
Not 1, but it's a 12.
Okay. You guys had to fail, in order to blow one of these up, you had to fail both. Nobody failed both tests.
Oh my gosh.
You guys
You scared
begin
me.
making your way through. And at the point for Kathyr, there's one point where you begin to doubt yourself for just a second. You know that dexterity and quick movements are not always your strong suit. You are a powerful hitter, but you're not always the quickest. And you begin almost like psyching yourself out to the point where like you're almost not quite you're so stressed about where your feet are going that you're almost not paying attention to where your feet are going. But you take a moment, you breathe, relax, you know that you got this. It's just walking. It's not that big a deal. You trust that Edward is, if not out of trust for him making good decisions, it's out of a trust that he's going to make the best decisions to keep himself alive. You trust the path that he's going to go on, and you're able to overcome this almost mental barrier with yourself. Edward, you're making your way through, and you are going through and actually feeling pretty confident about your physical stats. You know that you're walking, you're making good decisions, and then for a moment you begin doubting yourself on if you're making good decisions. It's this interesting dynamic where you're going through it and you're doing well, but you're beginning to doubt every single move that you make. But you continue to make your way through and guide your friends through in a safe and proficient manner. Tarak, Riniya, you guys are like, yo, we got destroyed last time. This ain't happening again.
Just walking.
It's just walking. You don't have to follow a narrow path.
Tarak jogs a little.
Keeping it light, keeping it
Yep.
loose.
On the balls of the feet.
As you guys are going through, I'll have everybody make a perception check for me.
Okay.
17.
15.
23.
Yes.
18 for me.
And 18. Okay. Renaya, you got the 22, is that right?
23, yeah.
23. Riniya, you are looking around, feeling good. It's just like hiking. You're just on a narrow path. That's all it is. You look over. And you see a figure also in the field, slowly making its way through the field. And it's this ghastly undead figure of a ghoul, basically, that is hunched back and dragging its arms and its legs as if there's this this burden on its back, almost like an atlas-like burden that is preventing it from being able to get up as it slowly drags itself through this field, being just as careful as all of you to not touch any of these dragon flowers. But this figure just walks in the distance.
How big is it again?
It's probably about the size of a man or an orc.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of grab onto Edward and be like, okay, kind of go a little bit slower here for me because I'm gonna do the whole pockets thing, okay? I'm gonna have she goes vroom again. You know what she's doing. So pockets. Boy. She's gonna have pockets go invisible and
okay.
Pockets, wherever you are, don't touch one of those things. You hear me?
And is gonna.
He goes uninvisible and just is like if this is the flowers, like.
No, pockets. Don't touch any of these.
We will die.
That's an order. Go and see who that is, but don't let them know you're there. And then, thank you. And then
he begins. He begins crawling his way over. The figure's probably about 100 feet or so away from you. But he makes his way over. Go ahead and just roll a survival check for me for Pockets.
I swear, if Pockets kills us, oh my gosh.
I'll give him an advantage because you can.
Grotz would punish.
Advantage.
Punish Pockets.
That's an 18.
Yeah. He does a good job making sure he keeps wide berth, not touching any of these.
Fly.
Yeah, he could shape change and then go invisible.
I think he might have a natural fly speed too.
I think
like
he
that.
might.
I like that.
I don't think he does. No, he doesn't.
No,
doesn't.
But he can shape change and then.
Oh, into like a bat.
Yeah, he can be a bat, invisible bat.
Sure. Turns into a invisible bat, begins gliding over, and kind of just begins making these slow circles while keeping eyes. At this point, you can now see this ghastly ghoul-like dwarf dragging itself with this big bushy beard, and it's almost unrecognizable. Like if it wasn't for the fact of this stringy beard that has one little piece of like gold ornament, like barely dangling from like baby's first braid type of beard, like tiny little thing with this ornament hanging off of it, just hunched and dragging out. It's one of its legs is like deformed and malnourished, so it's like limping and dragging as it just kind of walks like this, almost holding this weight of the world on it.
Riniya is describing all this.
Horrifying. What is it, Tarak? What is it?
She'll call Pockets back and.
Well, as unfortunate as it is that we have seen it, I suppose it is also a good thing that we have. That is the Rand. It is, in your tongue, it would be burdened.
The burdened.
You must not help it.
Why not?
Because then you'll become it.
That's a little unfair.
Incredibly, the Rand is the most pitiable creature in the wastes. It is a curse. It is cursed to never die, to never be killed, to never sleep, and it is cursed to carry that burden. It is unfortunate. It is not even a word that amounts to it.
How many are there?
Just one.
Just one? In this whole desert?
Yes.
And we've come across it?
Yes. It has touched every inch of the sands. It isn't uncommon. It tends to appear, it moves strangely quickly, like not physically fast, but...
I mean, he doesn't have any reason to stop, does he? Like...
No, it can't stop.
Right.
And it will, if it still has the ability to speak, it would ask for help, but you must not give it.
Now, what qualifies as help?
It will ask you to take its burden.
And
How did this
it's
start?
purely a verbal thing.
It cannot force it upon you.
So if we try and fight him, will that cause any issue?
It cannot die, but it can feel pain.
Right, okay, so that's what
But
would be
how
anything
does-
for us.
How does something like that even start?
No one knows where the Rand came from. It has always been here, although it has not always been that.
Right.
Some are either foolish enough or kind enough.
So perhaps we just take a bit of a wider berth around him and keep going.
It may be that is something we could do.
What?
It's about 100 feet off to your guys' right, so it's not in the way of your guys' path, just so you'll know.
It is not any danger to us, but Kathyr, you may want a closer look.
I might want.
It is important to know your namesake well.
All right. Now you have me intrigued.
For it is your name, Kathyr Rand.
Interesting. Kathyr just slowly begins to approach.
You begin making your way, weaving.
Yeah. He'll stop at about like 30 feet away.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, at about 60, it kind of like notices you and it just before turning and dragging its leg slowly closer to you. It begins limping and making its way as it's going. It gets closer and closer, and it gets to the point where you can tell that it's trying to say something to you. If it wasn't for the fact that its jaw is unhooked on one side and just kind of hanging down from with the weight of the beard, it looks like whatever this patch of the beard is. I'm not familiar with beard physiology, but like this patch of the beard is where that one piece of jewelry is left, and so it's offset the weight. And as this body has decayed, it broke free, and so it's still hanging off of its left side, but its right side doesn't have anything to support it, as it just kind of like hangs. But it looks at you with this. The eyes are perfectly intact, and looks at you with the most pained, desperate begging. And while it can't say anything, you can tell that it is begging with everything that it has for you to help it.
Man, I really feel bad for this thing.
It
just
approaches and slowly just like falls to its one good knee about 5 feet from you and just kind of like looks up with those begging eyes.
I just do a real quick divine sense to confirm.
It is
It's undead.
still.
Right? Yeah, it's undead.
It's a mixed sense.
It's a weird thing where it's not. It's like it's kind of this
It never
immortal-
died, but can you really still call that life?
Yeah, it's this weird sense where it's not quite undead like a zombie or a skeleton, but it's definitely not alive either.
Interesting. I kind of just observe it for a little bit. Interesting. Very interesting. I say to it, you have my sympathies, but I cannot take on your burden. As I give a slight bow, and I begin to back away, slowly, carefully.
It kind of like stumbles forward, like dragging itself through the sand towards you, but you get about 30 feet back from it before eventually it stands itself back up and then slowly keeps making its way a single line through the sand as its whole like right leg is completely malformed and just dragging behind it, so just limps, dragging its leg, leaving this line through the sand before eventually, as you guys keep going, it disappears on the horizon.
So
When you return, Kathyr, Edward has tears coming out of his eyes, and his hand is covering his mouth, making thin lines on his dirty face. He just says, that creature, it's in so much pain. And Tarak, you said it's destined to do this forever?
Long after the stars have died out, the Rand will continue its journey.
That's so... It's unbearable.
I didn't want this name for you. I searched through many. Not all names are good or kind, but they are yours. How you interpret it, how you understand it. Just as it changes you, you can change it.
You don't have to apologize, Tarak. I think the name fits just perfectly.
Good. It is a strange thing to give an orc a name that should mean that you are free now, but the name means burdened. Regardless, it is nice to meet you, Kathyr Rand.
It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Tarak.
Now let's get cracking. We've got about a quarter of this maze of deadly plants to get back through. To the Pillars of Duyrn.
You guys continue making your way through, but the attitude, the energy that each of you guys have is a little different, a lot more almost solemn or contemplative, seeing such a desperate soul that you just cannot help. But you guys continue to make your way through the rest of this field. As you guys begin to approach the end of it, you guys begin noticing petals on the ground and burn marks in the sand. As you approach the edge of this field, you all quickly realize that this field is only ending because some unfortunate soul, much like yourselves, ended up causing about half of it to erupt. You guys are able to break free of the field itself to find yourself surrounded by hundreds of about 15-foot diameter circles of scorched marks with petals all over, and the bodies or not the bodies, excuse me, the weapons, sometimes armor, random things, the remnants of a battlefield in front of you for probably about 100, 200 feet or so, with different pools of water and blood out in front of you. As you go from this field of dragon flowers to the remains of the destruction of a massive battle, which, or Tarak, you recognize based off of these different symbols, and with still some smoke like coming up from like the singed portions of the sand, this probably happened within the last day or two, this battle.
It's not good.
Fun. Are there like bodies? Like whole
There are no
body?
bodies.
Okay,
No,
okay.
there are no bodies. There might be like a part, like you'll see a foot here or a hand there, but there's no
Ew.
actual bodies.
Kathyr has his sword out at this point, just to be safe.
Riniya, can you detect magic? Can anyone here detect magic?
I can. I got it. I'm going to ritual cast detect magic.
How magic-y, like, how much natural magic, not like spells, how much magic is here? There's a lot of magic in the wastes. How much is like in this zone?
Okay.
You casting detect magic?
Yeah, ritual.
You sit down and begin going through the process of casting detect magic as a ritual. After about 10 minutes, your eyes open with almost like a almost like a heat sensor effect, or like more magic pools, it's darker and stuff like that. The two Pillars of Duyrn on either side, which aren't all that far away from you guys, probably about 600 feet off to your right is the right Pillar of Duyrn, and maybe 1,000 feet off to your left is the left. Like they're not that far away. Those are the two most concentrated points of magic. This valley in between them is the next most concentrated. So where you guys are standing and sitting is the second most concentrated portion of magic in the vicinity that you can see.
A lot. It's a lot of magic.
That's bad.
What does it mean?
What happened here, Tarak?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter what happened here. It's what might be here now.
Don't see
Wars
anything.
happen. That's the problem. There's a lot of blood, or at least more. There's a lot of blood everywhere. Sometimes magic does funky things here in the desert. Oh, geez.
As Tarak is
Oh,
saying
that's
this,
bad.
there's the three of you facing where you're going, and Tarak with his back to where he's going, addressing all of you. You all watch as Tarak is saying all this. There's two pools of blood, about 30 feet back behind him.
2 pools of blood.
That slowly, like sludge, kind of rise and come to meet and grow
Tarak.
Sometimes
this
Tarak.
magic
Turn
can
around.
humanoid
Turn around.
construct.
a lot of
ahead.
blood.
Tarak, behind you.
Blood!
Drag?
It's blood!
Create something
Tarak!
into a
Watch
blood
as
golem.
There's
this
blood.
blood golem stands and towers. It's kind of the shape, the like general outline of like Juggernaut, where it's got like the real round head and broad shoulders, really thick, probably about 15 or so feet tall.
Oh
With
my
no
God.
real distinguishing features aside from these two massive nostrils on the front of it. I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative for me.
Oh
15
no!
feet tall?
Oh no!
Two of them? What? I thought we already had our fight.
Oh, it's two of them?
Yeah, it's two of them.
He
Yeah,
said two of
two
them?
of them.
He said
Two.
two.
Two of them.
A whole two.
That's real bad.
Yeah? Is it bad enough to work that we should run?
Is it like 2 times as deadly as one?
Run where?
I don't know.
I rolled just as good as I normally do.
I don't know if we can run. Most of the
What?
time you can run.
I got a 17. I'm gonna BRB.
Running is so blood golems are basically the bloodhounds of the desert if a bloodhound was a 15-foot tall monster focused on destroying any living creature within its territory.
Right.
They never sleep. They just hunt.
Nice.
Oh
Love it.
no.
Okay.
Well, I'm going last in initiative.
Did Grant say what he got?
17.
17.
Okay. 25 to 20.
Strong. Did you say there were 2 blood golems?
No, there's 2 pools of blood that came
became
together.
Oh,
one
thank
blood
goodness.
golem.
Oh,
Became
God.
one with
I really
these
thought
two-
that you
like
were
the
gonna-
only. No.
I thought that you were going to tell us that we are in a CR 43 encounter. Oh my God.
No, that'd be. That'd be.
Wait, just a single blood golem is a CR.
Well, so you got to remember
21.
there's like a 0.5
modifier.
multiplier
Yeah.
to the like CR.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
and that was a rough estimation. But it would be like a
Uh,
34 naturally.
Yeah, they're CR17 creatures.
Yeah, so
Um,
34 is 2 of them.
Nice,
It was
nice,
0.5
love that.
modifier. I didn't do the math
Yeah.
fully.
25 to 20. Nobody got that.
Nope.
20 to 15.
Grant has 17, but he's muted, so I'll tell it for him.
I got a 17.
Man, this is like full
15 to
combat
10.
episode.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
15 to 10.
No.
10 to 5.
7.
9.
5.
Hey, at least you beat Tarak.
So Riniya, Tarak,
Yeah.
Edward, or not, or Tarak,
Tarak.
Kathyr.
Edward,
There.
Wait,
Riniya,
you
Tarak.
got a 5?
Yes, I've got
Yeah.
5. I rolled a 6 on
Ooh.
die, and I have a -1 to my initiative.
Ooh.
This
Not hot on that
creature.
dex.
Oh. Oh.
Tarak, you like slowly turn around. You're like, it's right behind me. You know, you slowly turn around.
That's right. Uh-huh.
You guys all watch as this shifting, pooling. If you guys watch the Scooby-Doo movie, you know the
The
tar,
swamp monster.
like the
Oh,
tar
the tar
monster, the
monster.
swamp monster. Either one of them. Picture that, where it's
Yeah.
like moving like forms of like coagulated blood, except it's blood. You know.
Yeah. Mhm.
And like 15 feet tall. It's gross. But the defining feature of it, it does have 2 arms and 2 legs and like a round, like dome-like head. But the massive nostrils, it doesn't really have eyes, but it has massive nostrils, begin sniffing or hunting, whatever you want to call it, before it like locks on
You.
to where you can only assume it is your blood. And
It can smell your
goes
blood.
charging-
That is so
It goes
gross.
charging forward. It's
Wait,
going
is there
to
one
attack.
or 2? Sorry.
There's
Just
one.
one.
There's one.
Okay, gotcha.
It's
I
going
missed
to
Just one.
it's going to attack. Ooh, it makes 3 of these. All right,
Yeah.
I'll attack Tarak first.
Yeah, it does.
14 to hit.
No.
Okay. It comes
Wow,
over
it's
and you watch as
rolled a 14 on
I rolled a 2.
that? I know. That's what blew my mind. I'm like, how did you miss me?
You watch as the arm extends and crashes down, making it so the arm reaches this massive length, slams down near Tarak. You guys scatter. It's going to attack Kathyr next. Oh gosh, get my dice all over. That's a little bit better. That's a 29 to hit you, Kathyr.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
that hits.
Yep. Okay.
10, 14, 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh my goodness, dude.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ow.
Oh no. We're in trouble.
We are in a lot of danger.
Oh no.
We're in a real
Oh,
bad spot,
no.
gang.
Con save, you said?
I really need you to succeed on this one.
18.
Beats it. You get to keep those 18 points to your max HP for now.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm doomed.
Third attack. Let's see. Edward or Riniya? Oh, let's go with Edward. I always attack Riniya instead of.
Okay.
What?
You are.
I'm sorry, do you not remember our last encounter?
God.
28.
Oh my
Where I
God.
literally didn't engage at all?
I mean, I'm fine with it.
I mean, yeah, it's
28.
fine.
20,
Sorry, keep
28 will
going.
hit.
Yeah.
It'll hit.
I'm gonna
Edward,
sentinel.
did I hit?
I'm gonna reaction sentinel attack.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
What,
Do
what
I
that's
did you?
going on.
theoretically have flanking?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm gonna laugh so
Well-
hard if I don't get touched again.
19 points of damage to you, bludgeoning damage to you, Edward. And I need you to make a Constitution save throw.
Hey.
Okay.
No big.
That's a 26 to hit.
That hits.
cool.
You get a +3 to
Barely.
this.
I knew
But
it.
that hits.
Oh, that's nice. I got a 23.
Nice. You get to keep those. 19
I
points
will
of
reaction
HP max.
absorb the damage.
Okay.
Nice.
How much
All of
damage
it?
was it?
19.
19.
Yeah,
Also-
I absorb all of it.
So
DM,
I don't
I'm going
take
to
any.
Divine
Wow.
Smite at first level.
Right.
Thanks, buddy.
What I'm here for.
Oh
no.
gosh.
I'm so excited.
Ah, god. Ah.
Oh my gosh.
I love making things that then try to kill me. It brings me a lot of joy because
You
I know
sick,
exactly
sick
what's
man.
coming, and it's terrible.
You sick man, you.
Let's see.
Oh, man.
And it's at its HP max, so it doesn't gain any of that.
No. That won't happen for a little
27
while.
points of damage, DM, on,
God,
on
why
my
did it
reaction
get so
attack.
much?
27 points of damage.
I
Don't
hope
worry,
that-
guys. Edward has a plan.
I have made so many mistakes.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll say that's after the 3 attacks, so he doesn't regain anything. What type of damage was that? Radiant?
Bludgeoning. Oh,
who are you talking to?
You.
10 of that was radiant.
doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, doesn't do anything. Okay, that will take us to Edward.
Yes, Edward's turn. All right. So, let's say about 20-ish feet. Wait, is it moving pretty darn fast?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's on top of all you guys.
Okay, so I'll probably about 30 feet or so behind us. I'm going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do, what's a very large land mammal that I've seen? That,
Crystal toad.
yeah,
That's not a mammal.
something
does it
very
have to be a
warm, like an
mammal?
elephant maybe.
Sure, we'll say you've seen an elephant somewhere.
All right, great.
Family petting zoo.
I'm just going to stick like 40 feet behind this thing because the range is 60 feet.
Mhm.
I'm going to put this very large, very bloody elephant image in this
Okay.
thing's mind. And guess what? Phantasmal Force includes temperature, smell,
Right.
sound,
Yep,
and
yep.
other stimuli. So it needs to make an
Uh,
intelligence check against my spell save DC.
Let me just check something real quick.
It's a intelligence saving throw,
Yes.
which is good. It's not smart.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm really hoping
got
that
no
it's just
brain.
like, oh, a larger, warmer, bloodier thing. Let's go there instead. That's my whole goal.
Sometimes I look at the things that I've made and I love them, but I am very concerned.
We all feel that way, Aaron.
Edward, you go to cast this spell. You create the illusion. You know it's there,
Mm-hmm.
and it has no effect on the creature.
0 effect.
This spell does not work on constructs.
Oh, shoot. Edward
Make
says,
sure you mark off that spell slot.
Dude,
Yeah, I
that was a
did.
great idea, though. Grant.
Edward just says,
It
it
was
doesn't
super smart.
have a brain. It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have a brain. That's all he says.
It's just magic and blood. It's all it is.
I hate it. What am I supposed to do?
Magic, blood, and hate. That's all it's got.
That's all it's got.
That's all
Instead
the
of
Crimson
blood
Wastes
that
ever
runs
had.
through its vein is hate.
The Crimson Wastes only has
Hate and
those.
murder.
traits.
The blood is the body, and
Yeah,
the,
it's
the,
hate that runs through his
hate
blood.
is in his veins. Exactly.
Okay, well,
That's fine.
understanding that he no longer has that option, I want to use.
Yeah, make sure you
Action
mark off your
Surge.
spell slot.
I did.
Okay.
I did, Mr. DM. I would use Action Surge.
Action Surge.
Action Surge. Instead, I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll cast Shatter. He'll pull out his foot, and he'll just get it in the wobbly, like its torso, above us, and so it doesn't actually hit us. So
what's
it
it?
needs to make a con save.
It's
It has advantage.
Pretty good at those.
It's good at those.
it's made of it's
That's
solid
a-
blood, dude.
I assumed it was
22
like
to save.
liquidy. What was the save?
22.
Oh yeah, you save, but you still take half as much.
Correct.
So that's 4 plus 7 is 11, plus 5 is 16, so 8. You still get 8 damage.
8 what damage?
Uh,
Thunder.
Thunder. Actually, Can I also cast it at 3rd level? Making
I
it
will allow it this one time.
okay. And that's
make
2.
sure that you
so
guys
it
declare
gets
what
9
level you're gonna do
damage.
before you know.
Yeah,
what's
good
gonna
call,
be.
good call. 9 damage.
9
then.
damage.
Thanks, DM. You're gracious to me. I love you. Valentine's
I
Day.
love you too. I'm
Hugs
sorry
and
that I'm gonna
kisses.
kill you with blood.
XOXO.
Great. That takes us to Riniya's turn.
Okay.
There's a giant of blood that's wanting to suck all your blood.
Okay, so you
It's
said
a
this
big old
thing.
bloody
I
vampire.
This thing was
Suck
blood
blood.
and magic, and I did detect magic. Is this thing like magic?
Yeah, basically.
In the way that you
So-
can dispel it, no.
No.
It.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's a living creature that is
At times,
Like
the magic
powerful.
of the waste gathers into pools of blood and forms a towering blood golem. So yeah, it's made from magic, but it's not It's not like a type of magic that you could like dispel or
Yeah,
like
it's
counterspell.
it's not a magical effect that you can.
yeah, it's
a
like a
creature.
treant, where like a tree becomes like a living sentient creature. Yeah.
I like that you added
Alright.
sentient because that was the only
Mm.
difference between a tree and a treant at that point.
Yeah.
I am going to bonus action hex.
Hex.
Yeah.
That's good.
Do it.
That's good.
And then I am going to pick an ability. What would be a good ability to have disadvantage on?
Theoretically, the best one is strength.
Strength or dex.
Strength. Not strong anymore now.
Then we're going to
Um,
roll something for this.
No, it's just
no,
if you make
hex.
a
Just
check that
hex.
includes strength.
Yeah,
You have
so
disadvantage.
for strength checks, it has disadvantage.
Mhm.
Yes. And then I'll deal an extra 1d6 necrotic whenever I hit it with an attack. I'm going to go then for yeah, we'll just Eldritch Blast.
Go for it.
Good old trusty Eldritch Blast.
Good old trusty Eldritch
I believe in you.
Blast.
That's it's funnier than 24. It's 25 to
25,
hit.
that'll hit.
Okay,
barely,
so
but that hits.
that's
Wow. I
that's
really don't have a lot. That's
2
pretty good
actually.
for us.
Sorry. Oh, the second one probably doesn't. Does an 11 hit?
11 definitely does not hit.
That's what I thought.
Dang.
All right,
This is-
that's okay because I have an extra d6.
You know, we could
No.
run.
No, we can't.
We can't. Can we? No.
Okay, that's just 9 points of damage.
There's
9
no escaping the
points
blood
of
golem.
damage.
I love it how like we've recommended running for like everything in the waste, and every time Aaron gives us the same responses.
Look, so
No, we can't.
track would tell you. So most of the time,
Look
you
what
can
happened the
run.
last time you ran.
There are 2 things that you can't run from. One, something that's faster than you. Another is something that never sleeps.
Now, you
Is it-
launch off. Sorry, I'm enjoying this kiss right here as I murder you guys, but
Well-
I'll hold off for just a second.
Is it
You-
like right in front of me, or?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 5 feet from all of you.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
We're all
Uh,
in melee range. Woo.
You launch off a couple of these Eldritch Blasts. One of them hitting the shoulder, and then actually they would have both hit, except the one that hit his shoulder like caused it to like kind of rotate back, causing the second one to miss. But you dealt your 9 points of damage. Great. Anything else?
Oh,
Awesome. Tarak, how would you like to die? I mean, do things on your turn.
Warding Bond
Okay.
is the spell that I cast.
Okay.
Followed by something and something. Edward goes when?
Edward goes
After
right after
Riniya?
After the monster.
Edward goes before Riniya.
before Renai.
Yes.
Before Riniya, after the
Mhm.
monster. I'm going to cast Sanctuary on Edward.
Okay.
Thanks,
That's good.
man.
That's a good.
Thanks, man.
And then I'll end my turn.
What level spells are those?
It is a 1st level spell for Sanctuary, 2nd level spell for Warding Bond. Shoot, I can't do
You
that.
can't do that. Yeah.
I don't cast Warding Bond or Sanctuary right now. I just cast Warding Bond because I am a fool and I forgot that I have different homebrew rules than you do.
Well, shoot.
I'm done.
Hey, I appreciate the thought. It's the
I
thought
follow
that
the
counts.
rules on 98% of the rules. Do you want to cast a cantrip or anything like that?
I'm a paladin. We don't get those.
Yeah, you don't get those. That's true. Cool. Warden Bond is up.
I do
Kathyr.
reactions, not bonus actions. That's
Okay.
how I roll.
Did it seem to not like the radiant damage?
The radiant damage seemed to be as effective as it normally is.
As normally, okay.
It's not any more effective, not any less effective. Although you can't really tell what hurts it because any like lacerations or anything like that that you like cut through it, it just immediately like reforms.
It's blood.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just blood.
Okay. Well,
It's a liquid of life.
I'm still in flanking him, right?
You are all around this creature.
Okay, cool.
It's like it's right in the middle, and you're all around.
So I'm
Trying
gonna
to survive.
cast as a bonus action. I'm gonna cast Branding Smite.
Okay.
Oh no.
As I cast this spell, this fiery image of a stag appears, and then imbues itself with Cathyr's blade as he swings at it.
Cool.
We'll see how this goes. Ooh, okay. That's a 21 to hit.
That just hits.
Okay,
That's
okay,
just-
okay.
AC.
All right, and sure, we'll throw another first level Divine Smite in there too. Why not?
Dude, this blood is
keep track
boiling.
of the fire damage, Drew.
Oh, it's radiant damage.
Aaron,
No,
I love that.
is the
Branding Smite is radiant damage.
Branding Smite is radiant.
Yeah.
Whew.
I really enjoy Aaron's comment of, you ever just look at a stat block and then cry?
Specifically a stat block you made, and then
I know. I keep
Aaron
looking at
made this.
numbers and words that I wrote down, and I'm like,
Oh my
This is your fault, Aaron.
it's
Did you
so
crit?
fault.
Okay.
it's so
I did
beautiful.
it. So no, I didn't crit. But I rolled almost max damage. I was two points away from rolling max damage.
I like it when you roll max damage. That means I can kill you harder later.
So that's 8.
I don't like that, DJ.
8.
so sus, my guy.
8, 16.
You just kind of sus right now.
Can we add
Stop doing that.
Drew the human calculator to the
36
bingo sheet?
plus
Yes,
7
please. We need to add it to the bingo.
is 36
It's
plus,
always
what's 36
happens.
plus 7 is 43.
36 plus 7 is 43, yes.
It's 43
43?
points of damage on that first attack.
And is it all
Neat.
radiant?
8 of that is not radiant.
What is
But
it?
none of it is fire.
So technically
Give me
15,
the 2 damage types.
technically 15 of it is slashing from my magic sword,
Okay.
and
That's fine.
another 16 plus 12 is another 28 of that is radiant.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah.
Paladins. They do math.
You, as this creature is elongating its arms to slam down, causing eruptions of sand and blood to splatter everywhere, crushing that Tarak, which is able to kind of withstand it. You two as well, Kathyr, and then Edward dodging out of the way. Oh no, you got slammed too. Everyone got hit, right?
Yeah.
No, Tarak
Yeah,
got,
I was good. I'm living. You rolled a 2 on
Two's
dice.
fine.
As this arm is now slammed down, Kathyr, you come up, slashing right through it, like cutting what would be the hand of this creature, which there is no hand, it's just like a cylinder, off.
It's
Immediately, like, almost like Venom style,
symbiote.
like, symbiote style, reattaches itself to its arm before like sucking itself back up. Yeah, it's real gross. And it's gonna attack you, Kathyr, because you hit it, and that's gonna feel good.
What sound does it make?
Do I still get my second attack?
That was your first attack?
That was only my first attack.
Yeah, Doug, get your second
It just
attack
takes
in.
him
What's the-
5
what are you
minutes
doing?
to add up the damage, so it feels like 2 attacks.
Let's see, 27 to hit.
That hits.
Cool. I'm gonna. It's worth Divine Smite again.
All aboard the math train. Here we go
I'm
again.
Divine
Divine Smite at 3rd level.
The
I will
longer
tell
the
you,
fight
it
goes
will be
on, the
worth
worse it becomes for us.
Okay.
Chugga
Good to know.
chugga. Here we go. Basic edition, guys.
Shut up, Grant.
Chugga.
Hey, guys.
Shut up, Grant.
Welcome to Paper Dungeon. Just so you know, we have a whole bunch of other content that you can consume if you're really interested. For example, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. If you're like, oh my god, I love this stream, but I don't have time to watch it all the time. Don't worry, it's on YouTube, and we also have a podcast on Spotify and Podbean that you can listen to. If you
34
don't wanna
points
see
of
it.
damage.
Nice.
34, that's good. That's good.
Destination
I
arrived.
keep hearing the numbers, and then I look over and see the hit points, and a tear sheds internally. Because I was like,
And
yeah,
you guys
it
haven't
seems
even gotten to
it
its
seems like
turn
a
yet.
number.
Very nice. It pulls back, and you step forward, like running your sword into what would be its shin, I guess. Yeah. Now it's going to attack you. That's
Its whole body
a
is one big chin.
31 to hit.
No, that doesn't hit. That doesn't hit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you silly.
Paladins are made of.
We're made of armor.
Yeah.
That's 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
Joke's on him. We're made of blood too.
Ah.
That's the problem.
Go ahead
You're fighting
and
fire with
make
fire.
a Constitution saving throw with me.
Okay. We'll do Captain. Oof.
My blood's cooler than his blood.
I fail.
Probably.
Okay. Your hit point maximum is reduced by 20 and can only be restored by the Great Restoration spell.
That's why you asked.
Holy crap.
What?
That is
Yeah.
really bad.
Oh,
Even, like, a long
no.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Just a spell.
All right, guys. I think
So remember, just so you guys,
that's
just so you
ridiculous.
viewers know, beforehand I was like, DJ, I don't think that this thing is gonna kill us, but it'll make every fight after this way worse.
No, I'm
like-
so.
It all
That's not
makes
gonna make
sense.
every fight. That's not gonna make every fight after this worse. That's gonna make the next 30 fights after this worse because like
Yes.
that's literally I just lost 3 levels worth of HP.
Yep.
Aaron, what's wrong with you?
I took this attack from a different creature. I didn't write this. Blame Chris Perkins.
Oh my gosh.
Jeremy Crawford, come at me.
I'm so
Attack.
scared.
It's gonna hit Riniya.
How to drop your players' levels
That's
by Aaron Klebrad.
21 to hit.
Bait. Your AC is up by 1.
Wait,
After
it
We
is?
can make through.
Well,
Means it beats
from-
it.
Yeah, from my spell that I cast.
Oh, yeah, it'd be 21 then.
Take 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh. But that's halved, right?
Yes, it is halved. I will take the other half. So we each take 10.
Still be the
Ow.
same because you're both.
Haha, I am in danger.
And I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh
Yeah.
no, our paladin. He's broken.
It's Constitution, right?
Constitution.
You gain an
and
additional
then
+4 because
Plus 4.
1 from the spell and 1 from our paladin ability.
16.
And 3. No.
You your hit point maximum is reduced by 21.
It'll only be by 10 because it's the damage she took.
That's right. It will only be by
Oh,
10.
shoot.
Trap.
That's
Make a
still not
Constitution
fun.
saving throw.
Yep. The Constitution said it does not transfer effects, only the damage.
The target is a creature. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. No, I mean my paladin ability. It only transferred damage, not additional effects. So like if she was
Yeah.
poisoned, I wouldn't take the additional poison.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I see. I see.
I'd take the damage, but not the
Um,
poison condition.
Let's see. You attacked Edward last time. Edward didn't really do anything, so it's gonna attack Tarak. 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
No, I'm not.
I'm
not
having a
fan
great
of this,
time.
this guy.
18,
I'm not a. I'm not a. I'm not a. The,
22 points of bludgeoning damage.
22. Yeah. Okay. Let me just. Okay. Yep. And then I need to make a save.
Make a save for me. Drew,
I'm fully aware.
it makes
I'm
me
not
so
happy,
sad.
dude. I'm not
I'm,
happy.
it makes me so sad because every single episode there comes to be a moment where I say something and you just immediately sink into a deep, dark depression.
I'm not
That'll
depressed.
be
I'm
a-
angry.
25 con save.
Okay, yeah, you're good. You guys all watch as this creature slams into Kathyr, slams Riniya as she takes a couple steps back, and then crashes into Tarak. Each of you having, it's such a strong and abrasive force that even though it's bludgeoning damage, it is causing the skin to break. And you guys all watch as any blood that gushes out of your wounds immediately is transferred over to the golem.
Oh
As you watch
crap!
as it slowly
God dang it!
regains some of its HP.
Oh no!
This
Oh,
sucks.
it's
Oh,
transferring
I
our
forgot
life.
about that.
This
part.
sucks. This
Oh,
really
oh,
sucks.
So we're
no.
worried about TPK from the orcs, right?
Oh god! Sometimes I forget that
I
I wrote.
blame you.
It's
Grots,
coming right
now. I blame
Grots,
you.
I don't want to be here.
We need
Uh,
the key.
Edward. This takes us to your turn.
Oh no!
Okay, well,
You
Oh,
guys
no,
got to
all
have
my
fun in
friends
the
are
first
dying.
half of the session.
You said
Like,
we're in a
cool.
circle
Now it's
around
Hey,
the
Drew.
time.
Hey Drew, did you take
Yeah,
Spirit
but-
Shroud as a 3rd level spell?
No, I didn't take Spirit Shroud.
Oh dang
Why
it!
would he do that?
Because it's
So, you
so
know-
good.
I have it.
You have Spirit Shroud?
Yeah.
You need to get on that crap.
Okay.
So,
Hit,
you know,
hit it.
Do you actually have it, or do you just have access?
I
to
have it. I have it prepared.
Nice.
jeez.
Edward,
Because that'll at least stop it from healing.
it is your turn.
So, if I cast a thunder wave, I'll probably hit another person.
Just
What's
put it
the yes?
upwards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
probably.
could
This is
I
a
aim it
15-foot
upwards?
Box.
Yeah,
What?
because I'm
Raise our
centered.
hands to the
It's
sky.
from the center of one of the sides. So if I reach up and cast it up, it could capture it in that cube.
Yeah, sure. Why not? You guys need the help.
Yes,
Look, please.
our DM is Watch when it just
Please.
gets shot upwards.
Oh god.
Okay, it needs to
Why
roll.
did I write
It needs to
this?
roll a Constitution save.
Why am I an idiot? I was...
Oh no, it's good at con.
And it gets advantage.
Yeah, it's so good
Hold
at
on.
everything.
No, it wait, does it?
Ow,
It has the
God.
magic resistance
Why?
because it's a golem.
Why?
Are you
Why
sure?
Golems are
It's a
made of
17
magic.
creature.
Yes,
Wait,
I
so
don't wanna
it doesn't
fight
work. It
anymore.
doesn't
it's
work.
technically stronger than an.
20
Dude, golems are jacked.
21 to
dog.
save.
Yeah, it saves. However, it still takes half damage, and that's the point.
We're only 9th
That's
level,
the
DM.
point.
We're
And
only
that's
ninth
the
level.
tea,
Roll
sis.
4,
You guys have faced higher CR creatures than this.
2, 6.
Yeah,
3 damage.
our max
that 3
HP
damage?
is permanently
Yeah.
reduced.
3
DM.
bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
It's not permanently reduced.
Hey,
It's
we got
basically
great rest.
permanently reduced.
You know, the waste, it's supposed to kill us.
We don't have a cleric who can cast Greater Restoration.
Hey, one day.
Oh my god.
One day.
I'm
I believe in
sorry.
us. I
Some
think we
sexy
got it.
demon prince came along and I had to go warlock.
You know what
Gosh, I
happens.
hate Grots.
Do you think Grots can cast Greater Restoration?
You know, Grots
How did this turn into hating Grots? Oh no, what have I done?
We need Lotta. I bet Lotta
Lana
can.
is less powerful than Riniya.
True, at this point she is.
That's
Um,
not the Halak.
God, why did I write this?
I love this.
Okay, Track was
and then
going to
as
say
this
that the
creature
safest
is
thing to do
flailing
is to
around.
just avoid it. That was my plan, was to just
hey,
never
DM,
encounter
by the way, DM, I sent no reaction attack it on its
Oh, go
turn.
for it. No, do it.
Edward sings a
I
little.
Divine Smite at
Yeah.
first level.
Okay, Edward also gives you a bardic inspiration. He says, Kathyr, I'm trying to distract it. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Hit it. Ha, ha, ha.
I can't wait
What's
for
this
this go.
bardic inspiration for you?
7, 14,
For you, Drew.
Aaron, you did this.
19,
Aaron, we're gonna die.
19 points of damage.
Ooh, very nice.
Every minute feels like 5 minutes.
Why
right now.
is it so cool? I'm so upset.
Very
I
nice. Drew.
gave it so many cool
I
skills.
mean, it just healed like 50 HP, so.
Yeah, we're only like 30. That's fine.
Oh. Guys, I don't think we can win this.
I am
we gotta
such
find a
big
way to get out of
trouble.
here.
Okay.
You did your
Okay,
3
no,
points
there's
of
a
damage.
way.
Renai, it is your turn.
Okay, bonus action, Spirit Shroud.
Do that.
Bada bing,
So
boom,
do I have to roll something for that?
pow.
Nope. It's basically like a long-term overtime smite effect that does really cool stuff.
Yeah.
What,
And then
what book is this from?
if this is from Spirit Shroud,
Until
it's
the
newer.
spell ends, any attack you make deals 1d8 extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you. This damage is
It's
radiant.
from
and pro-
Tasha's.
Yeah, Tasha's.
Any creature
they're
that
pulling
takes
out all
this
these dope
damage can't
spells.
regain hit points until the start of your next turn.
Oh, that's good.
Well,
Alright.
that does mean you have to hit it though, right?
Yes,
Your turn.
which I'm working on. And I'm going to then use my action to Eldritch Blast.
Sorry I didn't help you with my bard
It's
stuff.
okay. Nobody ever does.
I didn't think it would be a hit.
And that's a dirty 20 and a 19 to hit.
Neither of those hit.
Neither of those hit?
Has a 21 AC.
Why
nice.
does it have a 21 AC?
Because it's stronger than an iron golem.
Are we sure this is not the balanced fight for us?
Uh-oh, Lydia's leaving. Lydia
And
left.
that concludes my turn and time here on the paper dungeon.
I'm sorry, I was busy reading
Aaron.
the spell. What did you try and do?
She tried to hit it and she missed both times.
Aw.
She got a
You have
19 and a
advantage.
20 though.
You have advantage, you're flanking.
19 and
Not with
20.
ranged spells.
She can back up 5 feet.
No, but
If
you
only I
don't
gave her
get
bardic.
flanking. You don't get flanking with ranged spells.
Wait, can
Period.
she guidance herself?
I mean, she could guidance herself.
Guidance is concentration.
And an action.
Oh no, so Lydia can't guidance herself because it's concentration and action.
I'm sorry.
Just-
But you have these little spells, these little
Oh,
dudes.
it's so
Don't-
cool.
Okay,
it's so
here,
cool, isn't it?
don't be mad at DJ here.
I'm
Why?
not a DJ.
Why would I not be mad at D?
Point your
No, you
finger
can be
at the
mad at-
monster that
you can be
made
mad
the
at me.
monster.
Alright, speaking of the monster behind the monster. Wait,
Sorry.
what was it that Tarak said? It's a monster leading monsters? Perfect. Speaking of the monster himself,
didn't think
it's your turn.
I assumed that we'd get to here and have a couple of seconds to like avoid it. There's a way to completely disguise yourself from it, but now we can't because it knows we're here.
There are other body parts around, you know?
There's not like
Just start
fresh blood though
tossing
that's
hands
dead.
at it.
Once one of us dies, we can escape, is what I'm hearing.
Wonderful.
Nose goes.
I'll take
What
the
you gonna-
bullet.
What are you gonna do, Tarak?
Oh, God. Good God almighty. That spell doesn't work on it because it doesn't have eyes. And that spell doesn't work on it. Nope. Nope. I keep looking for any assistance, and it's just bad. I just am gonna hit it with my hammer.
Hit it with
Twice.
that.
Ooh, no, hold on. I can give us a little bit of help here.
Yes.
This is probably a good time to do that. I am going to activate a Rock Varas as an action.
Oh,
Uh,
no way. Take this thing out.
Well, it
That's
just
more
it turns
beneficial to
everyone's
you.
strength into 20. Everyone has a 20 strength, and you all gain 50 temporary hit points.
Oh, that's really good.
I cannot attack for the next 2 rounds.
Does
How many-
does
how
that
many
make it so
temp-
that we since it's temporary hit points we don't technically take damage and therefore we don't get our health reduced?
I would
Technically-
rule that.
Technically, it would reduce the temporary hit points first. So yeah, it's not gonna reduce your max HP because it's not
How
taking
much?
from your HP.
50
that's
temporary HP to everyone, myself
And you
included.
said 2 rounds, Aaron?
For 2 rounds, I cannot attack, but I can, cast
Assistant
the
spells.
spell Sanctuary on Edward, this time for real.
Thank
yeah,
you.
dog. Beautiful.
Oh,
So,
God.
Sanctuary on Edward. You activate your thing. Great. Kathyr, you watch as Tarak is he's a little panicked. You know, you're all kind of a little panicked. You're like freaking out. You looked at Tarak for like, what the heck is going on? Some guidance, and he's just
Just
like,
fear.
But you watch as he twists 2 portions of the handle of Arak Varas to line up these runes, which immediately glow down the shaft of Arak Varas, and he then gently places the head of the hammer down to the ground, which causes this little, almost like sound ring to emanate from it. As soon as that sound ring passes through you, you feel your vitality regain itself. Even though you know that you're like a little bit weaker than you normally are, you suddenly have this second
little
wind
bit
of
weaker?
energy. You've only been reduced by like 40 HP. You're fine.
That's half my HP.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
That's not fine.
But you're fine. You regain this vitality to you as your strength increases and your constitution increases. What are you gonna do, bud?
I hit the thing. Also,
Hit the thing.
I bonus action regain a spell slot, specifically a 3rd one,
Nice.
and then I
Very
hit
nice.
the thing.
Do it.
Okay, well, that's almost a natural 20, but I hit. And I define smite at 2nd level.
Fine, 2nd level. Very nice.
Uh, 10, 18, 25,
Tarak
30
leaves and just
points
starts
of
crying in the
damage.
corner. 35 points of damage?
But no, just 30.
30 points.
2nd attack
It's so good.
is 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Divine smite at 3rd level.
Yeah.
Look at that! Wow,
This is
that-
good.
How
This is
did
good
I?
for you guys.
How? Wow, jeez Louise, that was cocked. I don't know. That was impressive. Okay, 10. 30. That's 37 points of damage.
37 points of damage? Holy
Yep.
crap, Drew.
And just
That's
because I'm
good.
really
Yeah.
mad, I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
whatever.
going to pump a channel divinity in there and add additional 9 points of radiant damage, making that a
Oh,
40
oh,
a
my life
46.
is so hard. My life is so terrible as I reduce this thing by 100 HP in one turn.
Yeah, but
Without
Hey, I
even
did-
freaking critting.
I did 9 earlier.
Good job.
Take
Lydia.
that.
You're killing
Light him
it.
up.
You know what?
If only that
Lydia,
9 was on the turn, it would
MVP.
stop it from
Okay.
Well, you know,
Most
DM,
valuable
on the
damage
but see, here's the thing. I didn't permanently reduce its total max HP by 100 points.
You'll be fine. Relax.
If only. If
You're
only.
good. You're good. Why you? Hey man, it's only a game. It's only a game.
Is only game that I'm upset at.
Ah!
Let me be angry, Mr. Dungeon Master.
That will take us to the
Oh,
Blood
I
Golem's turn,
yawned.
and he is starting his
It's
turn.
It's so
Oh my
beautiful.
God.
That is very poetic.
Why must my creations be so wonderful but so bad?
Kathyr, you go ripping through.
Uh-huh.
By the time you get your second strike in, you cut off like a good portion of its arm, and it doesn't reattach. It's not quite
That's good.
there. It looks down at its arm not attaching, and you guys watch as it goes into this frenzy, as it goes berserk, and since you're all
Not good.
closest or right next to it, I'm gonna roll a d4 to see who it attacks, because it's gonna.
So just so you know,
It's
golems
targeting
have
one
this
person.
cool thing that actually stems
It gets worse.
from Jewish folklore, because it was originally golems were animated by the word of God, and sometimes when that word was corrupted or messed up a little bit, or some priest didn't do it right, they would just go berserk. So golems have a berserk function that when they reach a certain threshold of points, something occurs.
Great.
Well, it's so
Tarak-
cool. I'm so
Cool.
excited.
That's
Tarak
cool.
is 1, Riniya's 2, Edward's 3, Kathyr's 4.
It's really cool.
That is a 4.
Oh my God.
We already knew before you rolled, because that's.
I did it!
Kathyr
the
down.
I'm
dice
sorry,
don't like me.
Drew.
Bring
The dice don't
Kathyr
like me.
down.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
It's
Drew.
about time.
I feel so bad.
No, you
Okay.
No, you
don't.
don't.
First, I actually really do feel bad.
I can see it in
about
his
it being
eyes. He
Kathyr.
does feel bad.
All right, first attack. 16 to hit.
Misses.
Okay,
Let's
all right, that's good.
go.
What
You
we
can't
want to
hit our
see.
paladin.
Second attack, 30 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
His traps. No.
That would be 19 points of bludgeon damage. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Well, I have my temp HP, so
Oh, yes, you're right.
Was
That's
that
good.
30 a nat 20?
No,
24 to hit.
Okay, just check.
it was an
That
18
hits.
on die.
That hits.
yeah.
6. No, that's a 9. 6, 12. Another 19 points of damage.
Okay.
Go, and you're still having your thing.
Yep, I still have
Blood
12 more.
Rage. It will use its bonus action to do another slam. How much damage did I do to you, Drew, just now?
19 plus 19 is 48.
30, 48. So he gains.
I think
No,
it's
38.
no, 38. Yeah, 38. Yeah, that's right.
38.
Because I'm still
so-
at 12
19,
HP for my
that'd
temp
be
HP. That's right.
58.
Well, 19 and 19, you know exactly what the half of that is. It's,
Yes, exactly. It made it easy.
It's very convenient.
For the Blood Rage, it will attack someone else. Same thing. 4 as a reroll.
You say that it'll attack something.
Correct. Oh, I said
I
poison reroll.
will reaction sentinel attack.
Okay, Tarak, that's a 31 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I'm going to divine smite at 2nd level.
You take 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Still at 10. Man, I would be a lot more concerned if Ross did not give those temporary hit points.
Oh my
God
gosh,
dang.
yeah.
Oh my god.
24 points of damage from my sentinel attack.
How many points?
Oh, wow.
How many points did you say?
24.
Wowzers.
Okay. Yeah,
How many attacks has it made this turn?
4.
4. It's done.
Okay.
Yeah. That takes us to Edward's turn.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I have a very important question, DM.
I have very interesting answers.
Now it seemed as if we escaped the field of dragon things, and then it was a pretty immediate scene. That's what it seemed. How close are we to the field of dragon flowers?
It's like 10 feet behind you. You get the feeling the battle ended because one of the orcs triggered the field.
Can I? This guy's got a really good con.
Even just
But I have-
stabbing is fine.
No, I have to try.
No.
No, wait.
Wait for what?
Because
Go.
my turn, I have a thing that I need to ask about, but it's me, so it's not gonna work the really cool way I want it to work. So never do whatever you want.
Can I run around this thing without getting hit by it? I'm like in its range, right? So I can like move around it.
Technically, you'd have to go around like Tarak and.
You can go
which would
through
take you
ally
out of it.
squares.
Okay, then yes.
I'd like to get around it.
Okay.
I'm assuming I can't cast Thunderwave forward. And
Without hitting any of
without
us.
hitting any
It,
of them.
it would hit. Yeah, it would hit Tarak and.
I can take it.
No.
Kathyr
you
might not be
can't.
able to. I can take it.
No, you can't.
I've got
because
so much health.
The thing is, if you move 10 feet, you're in the field of dragon flowers. Then I will just tank.
You also remember Kathyr thinking out loud about the heat wave that would eviscerate all of you. Just a reminder.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's probably a little sketchy. So, I'll just I will have Edward back up.
Okay.
That'll be an opportunity of attack. This is not great, is it?
Just hit him with anything.
Fine. I'll have to hit it. I'll hit it with the flank.
Do it. You have advantage on the attack.
Okay.
Go for it, bud.
Oh, thank God, that second roll so much better. So that's a 24.
24. That hits.
Thank God. Hold
Roll
on.
the damage. Good.
Okay. That's a 5 on die, which means it's a... Whoa, because I have strength. Whoa, hold on, that was an even greater hit. It was a 27 to hit, and it's a 13 damage.
13 damage from
Yeah.
your magical rapier.
Because of
Right.
the addition to 5. I mean, to strength.
Okay. Very nice.
I don't know why I said 5.
5 to the
It's late.
Are you gonna do anything else in your turn?
He'll say, "Please, Riniya, use magic or something." And that's his inspiration.
You step forward and pierce the calf of this creature, at which point it immediately, enraged, turns to you and is gonna focus all of its onslaught to you. Riniya.
Okay.
It's like,
I think I know the answer, and I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna just bring it up anyway.
Hit me.
I have
I'm
Arcanist's
ready to-
magic aura.
Mhm.
And
Wait, what?
Arcanist's magic aura, and I have the mask ability. This is a construct, but it's a magic construct, so it's I know it's nostrils is how it's like smelling our blood, but they're magic nostrils. So, could I do the mask effect, which will make me let somebody be I want to make somebody be detected as either the same kind of construct as this thing, so that it leaves it alone because it thinks it's just another one of it, or would I know that doing an undead thing, making somebody undead, would that
That's
do
an
anything?
interesting question.
So
Very
okay.
interesting indeed.
Where is this ability coming from?
So this
Arcanist's
is
magic aura.
Theoretically,
yeah, this is for her
Yes, but
class
where
ability,
is her class ability? Okay.
theoretically,
which is
I
if
love
you
this
if you
part of
made
the
it a
Paper
blood
Dungeon.
another blood
Arcana
golem,
cleric.
that would be a bad idea. Because that's
I
just
see.
pure blood.
Is Arcana clerics
That
are
it
those
just
in
wants.
Xanathars?
Well, it's a construct then. Then it's not a thing that it's not like
yeah,
that.
it's
point.
so it smells living blood, which is why the undead thing might work.
This is
I
what
would
I'm
leave that up to
thinking.
DM's ruling.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the undead thing, I think is great. I think making it another of the blood golem, I think that's a little sketch.
Well, it was
Yeah,
just
I
an
don't know
idea.
It depends if
two
it's
blood
living,
golems have ever
even.
met each other. Come to think of it, they're very territorial. So like they
Okay.
kind
I
of
hope
just
they
stay
make
in
like
their
a
zone.
weird blood noise to like fend off other golems. Like the opposite of a mating call. No, it's
This
you know, it's like a heart.
Sword Coast Adventures guide. Sorry, I
I'm
have to
really
see this.
glad that dead silence happens.
Or since they
I just
only
really
have
want everyone to know
nostrils.
that I'm.
This is
glad
actually
that it
really
happened.
nice
They
because
only have
normally when I bring up
nostrils.
ideas like this, they like immediately don't work.
No, the undead
I
thing.
understand.
So just so you guys
What's
know,
the
what
name
Tarak
of
was
this
going to
thing
get
again?
to,
Arcanist's magic aura mask.
is that in order, the safest thing to do when it comes to the lair of a blood golem, is to cover yourself with the blood of a dead animal or other creature that happens to be nearby, and because it doesn't care about already dead blood, it cares about pumping blood. So undead might work.
Hmm.
Huh,
That's really
not-
smart.
that ability is not in.
I didn't think.
Sword
Where's your
Coast.
what class is what is your subclass today?
I'm
Arcana cleric.
Arcana cleric. It's
Kind of the part of the paper
Would be
dungeon.
in the
He
skag,
looks for
right?
stuff. You can add
Well,
it to
the
the
skag
compilation.
is where it's originally from, but it might have been put in.
I think it got
More
moved
updatable?
into somewhere else. Are you sure it wasn't in Tasha's?
It might be in Tasha's. Let's see.
have to say it again. Welcome to the part of the paper dungeon, where DM flips through a bunch of books. All the books he owns.
There's Order, Peace, and Twilight Domain in Tasha's. Would you check to see if it's in Xanathar's? Because I don't know where my Xanathar's is.
It might be a Xanathar's thing.
But even if I look it up, it's not.
Weirdest thing is
showing.
that I know that I've read this ability because we encountered it when Track fought the thing.
yeah, because I've used it before.
So I know it exists, but I
Lydia,
can't
that's
remember what
so
book.
smart.
I just want to.
Thank you. I'm trying, man.
You're really good at this game, so much better than Grant at least. So.
Yeah, honestly, like you didn't even have to ask for help for that one. You're just like, I have an idea.
Okay, one more time. What's the name of the ability?
Arcanist's magic aura mask.
Arcanist magic. Oh, that thing shows up. Arcanist magic aura. Spells. Why is it in spells?
Well, Nistol's magic
It's
aura.
a spell. It's a second level
Oh.
spell.
Oh.
Wow.
So okay,
Okay.
so it's Nistol's magic aura, which is so it's a spell that you're casting, not an ability.
Yeah.
But they changed it because the name Nistol has been it's copyright, so it's been changed to
I see.
Arcanist magic aura in the like following thing. So it's no longer
I see.
Nistol.
Okay.
Yep. So
That's
we're
my
It's an
bad.
illusion on
we
a
got
creature.
it.
It's late.
Place an illusion on a creature or an object that you touch with a divination spell to reveal false information about it.
Just saying,
Hmm.
I'm in.
I
It's
think it's a
an
great
mask
idea.
is
I
at the
think that it's
bottom.
cool enough
Yeah.
that it should work.
Full of rad, man.
Yeah, I'd say a construct is an object.
Because what I
Yeah,
want to
strangely,
do
a
is
target appears to spell.
Well,
I'd
you
want
shouldn't
to
wanna
I'd
fuck
want
with
to
the
I'd want to
blood thing.
tag Edward and make Edward seem like undead or the construct.
Oh,
So that way it doesn't
So-
detect him as a living creature.
I
Freaking
see.
smart.
You choose a creature type, another spell. Treat the target
So I'm catching on.
of that type or of that alliance. So you're gonna change his creature type to undead.
Yeah, so that way it
Yes.
detects him as like not a living thing, which it doesn't care about.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Is it?
I dig it.
Is it Constitution?
Yay! It finally
Or-
worked!
Is it concentration?
No, it lasts
no.
for 24 hours.
24 hours. You're undead. Boop! Okay.
As long as we don't run into any
Sorry,
orcs,
I was so
we're
confused because I thought it was like an arcanic
No,
thing.
that's
so
my
I was
bad.
like,
I was not
I was so
clear on
confused.
that.
I was like,
That's my
I
bad.
can't find this ability. I'm
It's
so
one of the
so brilliant.
spells
Okay.
included in the like expanded spell
It's,
list.
spell
it's,
list,
it's
yes.
if I ever expanded spell list. Yeah.
I know. I'm
And
like
that's
trying to like
Thank
speed
you.
read, scanning through, and being like, I don't see this.
Thank you
ability.
everyone
Yeah.
for watching us.
Flip through
Really
books
just
for the
showing
past
that we
5
have
minutes.
no idea what we're doing.
That's funny.
all right.
That's
And
funny.
that's my turn. So now Edward
Edward is
Edward
undead.
is undead.
Okay.
Can
And
Edward tell?
Drag
No.
on turn. No attacking.
I have. This is my
Edward.
Do you say
second
anything?
round, I believe.
Yeah, you.
It's
This is the first time. Last time
Eh.
you did. What's its bucket?
Oh yeah, so this is
Rock
the first
so
round
this is your
without
first round.
attacking.
Yeah.
Okay, so round one.
Speaking of which, it is your turn.
Yeah,
was
that's what I was
awesome
asking.
video, by the way.
But
Pretty cool.
I can
Yeah.
still heal things
Heal
in
your
my
friends.
body. Who is at health that I can actually heal? Kathyr, how you doing?
I mean, technically speaking, you can give me 1 HP.
Okay, so we're not healing Kathyr. Riniya, you good?
You can't heal me any.
Okay, I'll heal myself then. I will heal myself for 30 health.
Brant, I do
Yeah.
appreciate the fact that you still think that you have sway over how I end episodes.
I just look.
I
We could go until 1 if we
What?
wanted to.
I
I
know.
am then
I understand.
I am then
Um.
going to also cast gosh dang Sanctuary on Kathyr this time.
Hey, you
What?
shouldn't do that.
Well, you'll go after the monster. Oh wait, no, you
I
go
next.
last.
I
Oh
go- I-
crap!
I
I'll
go
cast
right-
it on
I go right
Riniya,
now.
I guess.
Well, and I just want to let you know, DM, I plan to do the aura thing on everybody on each of my turns
That's
going
a
forward.
good way for us to get out of this.
Yeah.
Honestly,
fair enough.
Kathyr, if you crush it this round, I think you got it.
Crush it, baby.
I
You
think
got
you're
it,
there.
Kathyr. You're the paladin
questions.
of death.
Because you
itself.
best. I've got
Wookie,
your back
wookie,
on
wookie,
this.
wookie.
Pull out the mask.
So I'm I'm
This
done
is
with
a
my turn.
fate-related thing. I
Sanctuary
don't have
on
the mask
on
for that.
Lydia.
Okay.
Um,
That takes us to Cathyr's turn.
Okay, bonus action, I regain a spell slot, specifically that of 3rd level spell slot.
And that's
You get
the
third
last
level
We
spell
need
slot?
some
That's my-
smite
and then
knights
that's
in
my last
chat.
one.
We need some
Yes,
smite
yes,
knights
yes,
in
yes,
chat
yes,
for,
yes, yes.
for Drew.
First attack.
Smite
Are we
knights
able to
in
get
chat,
3rd level spell
baby.
slots back, Drew?
I think so.
I think Harness Divine Power can only go higher at this point in time. Can go no higher than level 2.
Everybody
Let me
lurking, we
double-check.
need your smite knights.
Please help us. Become.
We need
show
your smite
yourselves.
Oh my
we
God,
need,
Maz,
we
the
need
little
love and
lazy
support.
hands
For
with the
Kathyr.
Please
with the
help
Kathyr
the poor,
eyebrow. That's
poor
good.
party suffering.
Because that's what mine says.
So you can expend your the bonus action.
Calling all
no
Dungeoneers.
higher than
Calling all
half your proficiency
Dungeoneers.
rounded up. A level which is half your proficiency rounded up.
Proficiency is +4 right now.
Yeah, so that's 2. Okay, so then I take it back.
two.
I don't do that. I do it at. Okay, well then that means I have no 3rd level spell slots. So I guess I just do it at 2nd level.
I believe in you. I think you've got it.
I
Bath
don't.
time.
Go for it.
But I
No, no,
appreciate
no.
What's the
it. I
first-
appreciate it.
I
the first
look,
attack?
believe in the me that believes in you. We're gonna
Uh,
Gurren
smite
Lagann.
knight.
23 to hit.
That hits.
That's what
I'm
we're
gonna
looking
go.
for.
Divine Smite at 1st level.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Hasty.
Go all out. Burst it. Burst it, baby.
Bust
Plot.
a move.
Plot this thing.
Bust a
Plot
move.
him.
Do you think that the greatest fear of a blood golem is just a normal snake?
23 points of damage.
Just bust a move.
23.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good. We like that.
This golem's about to get clotted.
Ew.
Oh shoot.
2nd attack.
Shoot what?
It's a 27 to hit,
That hits.
and I guess I'll use my last spell slot to smite at second
Yep.
level.
Bust
Yes.
it.
Bust
it.
a
You got
move!
it.
Bust a move!
Come on, math. I need you to hit a good number here, Kathyr.
Drum roll, please.
That was less damage than my first level smite.
That's unfortunate.
What a reveal.
15 plus 7 is 22.
22.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Guys, we are so close.
You're behind it.
Uh-huh.
You step forward, cut through the first leg, and imbue this creature with divine energy, which causes the entire leg to like almost blow up, causing blood to splatter all over you guys. It's really disgusting. It's warm. It's sticky. It's not a
Gross,
good
stop.
time. It's in your hair. It's in the beard. It's gross.
Not
And
this
my hair on my
again.
glasses.
Kathyr, you don't even care. You're so upset because you can feel this
I'm
thing
really upset.
permanently sapping your energy.
I'm
As you
really
just turn the blade around and drive it through what is now the chest as it has fallen down. And again, blast it with this divine energy, causing a crater in its chest to blow out from behind it. It stops for just a moment before it just crashes into a pool of blood that soaks all of you guys. It's just
Oh my god.
as you all are now soaked in blood and a little bit of gore.
Ugh, not
It's kinda
again!
gross.
Well, at least it didn't hurt us very bad. I didn't get hurt
Okay.
at all.
As,
Us is very relative. Looks over
As
at Kathyr,
Edward
who's just
has
like, eh.
full health.
I hate you.
As-
We
I
switched
I hate you,
places,
Grant.
Edward!
I hate you.
Oh, that was
As
easy.
you guys recover from this blood golem, which has Aaron, you have now given me two of my favorite creatures of all time. This is awesome.
Why does the desert hate Drew so much? So I made some of the creatures so that they would be like, oh, Drew has this thing. It would be cool if they could like avoid that, because like that's really cool and that would be a fun thing. This literally was not targeted to Drew at all. It just hates you.
The roll
Like,
it was
nothing
unfortunately
specifically
just
targeted at you. If anything, it was like targeted at Tarak because it could like severely reduce Tarak's HP to make him less able to do his job. It's just like, ooh.
Dividing and conquering doesn't work in this way.
Gosh!
But we love you guys so much. Thank you so much for sitting here and watching. I can't believe that we managed to stay within our 4-hour time limit.
That was a
pretty good, since
miracle.
this is exactly.
Miracle.
I seriously thought this was going to go for another 45 minutes. But then Kathyr started showing up and doing hundreds of damage each round, so that kind of sucked.
I mean,
But yeah,
Happy
Oh,
Valentine's
seriously.
Day. This was a
Happy
wonderful way
Valentine's
to celebrate
Day.
good times with your friends
we
and
could
the
love
people
Well,
you
you
care
you.
about.
Valentine's
And
Day.
we love each
is
other most
known
of the time,
for the
except
heart.
when DJ does this.
And what does the heart do? It pumps
The
blood.
heart wants what it
That's
wants.
what we're here for.
And it doesn't want this ever again.
we love you guys. We hope you enjoyed this. Before Grant can start playing,
Wait, no.
Good luck
I actually have
and
a thing to
Godspeed,
say. Wait, no,
Dungeoneers.
serious. Don't end it.
we'll see you
Don't end it.
next
This
time.
is for TikTok. This is for TikTok.
go ahead.
Play
Grant.
the song.
Go ahead. You persuaded me.
Whenever you... Ready? Send this to the person you care most about. When you were made, it was a nat 20 charisma check.
That's what you had us wait for.
Yes.
That's what you had us wait
It's.
for.
I had to do something special for Valentine's Day.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, goodbye,
I've
guys.
never been so close.